Folks, welcome to the Call of Duty Varsity League. We're in for another week, and I'm excited to get to these teams as well. But before we get to the teams, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Seymour. Alongside me, joining me is Inflict. How are you doing today, Inflict?
I'm doing fantastic. I didn't expect to be here, but now that I am, these matches they have to be a banger, of course, because there are some standings on the line. Of course, this is the mid-season, so they aren't going to be the final standings, and three teams, as we were talking about earlier, are going to qualify for the play-ins. But getting as many wins as possible is going to be key at the end at the end of the season.
Oh, it is for sure. But before we get to the teams and before we get into the matches, let's take a look at the schedule for NACE, aside from Call of Duty, because it is something to look forward to for viewers that are tuning in for things other than Call of Duty. You're looking at Monday, Rocket League and Overwatch. Tuesday, League of Legends. Wednesday, today, you got Call of Duty. And on Friday, you're going to get that CSGO. So looking forward to Friday for all those CSGO fans who are searching to take it to another game. But let's look at the schedule for the day, Inflix, because we got 4 matches as always, starting off with Carlton Ravens versus the Utica Pioneers. Match number 2 is going to be the University of Central Florida up against UT Chattanooga. Match number 3, West Virginia University up against West Virginia Potomac State. And our match 4, it's not going to be shown here, but it is Texas A&M International going up against West Cliff Warriors. An excited one to see to close out the night, but we are going to be hopping in with this first one right away. So Inflict, let's take a look at Carlton Ravens versus the Utica Pioneers. We talked about this a little bit. You know, you're mentioning you're aiming for that third place spot. Well, Carlton, at the moment, they sit in that third place spot, whereas Utica, they're just underneath them in place number 4.
Yeah, this match is going to be key for both of them. You know, Carlton, if they win this, they retain their spot. But Utica, if they win this one, they will be tying things up for them. And I believe it's going to come down to the map counts, whether which will decide which team gets to hold that third place spot. And of course, the 3 teams are going to qualify for the play-ins. And although this is the mid-season, you know, having that extra bit of confidence that you are already in a good spot to qualify always makes you play better at the end.
It is for sure. And for those wondering, you can see the rosters along the sides that are confirmed to play in today. I'm excited to get this one through, but as we are getting ever so closer to the game, let's take a look at our maps, because maps and modes going to be important to look over. The vetoes are going to be a lot for these squads to look at. You got Gavitu Hardpoint for map number 1 as per Carlton's choice. Tuscan Search and Destroy map 2. Gavitu Control map number 3. And if this goes the distance, you got Tuscan Hardpoint and Berlin Search and Destroy. But starting off with a Gavitu Hardpoint, how are you feeling about this map, Inflict?
I'm really interested to see how both of these teams' AR players perform, because of course it's going to there are a lot of longer engagements, and you don't really see the MP40s dominate as much comparatively to the automatons, and hence they are going to be the key players, of course. But you know, the MP40s, they have some places where they can shine, of course, inside the P1, and then playing around the ship side as well. So it is going to be interesting to see how they manage to work around it, but it's mostly going to be the AR game in this one.
It definitely is going to be an AR game to look out for, especially when you are going into Carlton's map pick. I mean, Utica, you want to make sure that you tie things up going into the rest of the season right away. You don't want to fall even deeper into your division, as you're already in 4th place. You've already lost 2 games. And I mean, if Jesse was here, he would say, he's like, you don't want to lose 3 games, because around the kind of area of danger is that 3rd game loss for throughout the season. So Carlton, a win here would be very, I guess, successful and very comfortable for the rest of the series. But, you know, going to your map number 1 in Gavitu, this is the choice of Carlton. So let's see if they can start off strong into the series.
Kick things off here. Both of these teams have 3 players headed right towards the hill. 2 of them enter the side with no engagements to kick things off. Just yet the flashes do connect, but it's going to be Frenzy that finds the first pick. A trade does come through quickly with Polish Prince. He is going to take Royalty out as well. Brady up close and personal with the pistol, going to get another one to his name, but for the time being, though, things have slowed a bit down as Utica. They hold the hill, but the aggression, it doesn't stop from Carlton. They have 2 players in the hill, but they haven't been able to clear it out. It's just Utica playing around it, and finally Carlton, they have gained some space to work with in this one.
They got the space, but they lose it fast. Utica holding on for the time being. They get 3 to break back in for the scrap time. Still a one-on-one here for the scrap. Redden trying to spoil the fun for the Pioneers, and he will, but only for the 5 seconds that you're going to be gaining. Polish Prince already here for the rotation for Utica. Automaton in hand. Turns his back to the open door. Royalty's going to take him out. So Carlton, they will kind of get in for the initial time. Redden's going to make it solidified. But if you look at the minimap, you can see Utica not too far behind. Frenzy, he's going to find 2 to open things up. Get back in, and with 45 seconds left, it's going to be Utica in the driver's seat for Hill 2.
Yeah, and as soon as they get that hill control, you see on the minimap that Utica, they start to push up. You have number 2, that's going to be Jalen, right behind enemy lines right now, working to gain the spawn control, which will help them potentially to retake the site. But for the time being, though, they have it contested, and Frenzy with those 2 big hills to gain control of the hill. Although Royalty is going to trade it out, but there are teammates present, and hence Polish Prince, he is going to retain the hill for his teammates. But now the pressure is trying to apply for the final 15 seconds, though. 2 players, although for Carlton, have decided to go towards the P1 hill to contest for the next, but it's going to be Utica that already have presence over there.
Yeah, if you can see that Utica, they're comfortable as ever. They have a lead. They have a strong lead after 2. And they're going to be into one of your money hills as well. And this is where you were mentioning long-range gunfights. They're going to be key. Well, on hills like this, it is going to be major key. Already, kills ringing through. All red in the kill feed, 44 seconds. And Carlton, they are spawning up so far away. The Pioneers pushing their lead ever so deeper into this map number 3. As you can see, those blue arrows setting up for one more hit. With 30 seconds left, they gotta get there fast.
Yeah, they definitely have to, but like, keep your eyes on the mini-map as Reed, he's in the back lines. Although the kills have come through from up front for Carlton, they have cleaned out the hill, but the back lines, they do lose a fight there, but it doesn't even matter anymore, as Carlton, they have gained access to the scrap time, but oh, never mind, it didn't get denied there as well. Oh, never mind, again, scratch that. They just keep saying things differently. But again, it's going to be fight for the next hill where Carlton, they already hold the spawns, but the kills are starting to go through towards Utica.
It is. Utica putting pressure out here. Divin leading the charge. Polis Prince, Jalen all hopping into the kill feed to put this one through as a breakout early. The Pioneers, they bully their way into this P number 4. Now they have the setup to keep Carlton away. Brady slips the line. Nice nade from Reddin's going to allow Aztec in for the contention, but for how long can the Ravens hold on to this? It doesn't seem like too long at all. You do see the answer back from the Pioneers. It is a heavy 2 kills from Polish Prince, but when the dust settles, a 1v1 for this 25 seconds. Up comes Frenzy, down goes Frenzy, and Carlton, at the end, they're going to hold on for the later end 20 seconds of this hill. Utica, they got to focus on the rotation over to Doc.
Yeah, one thing that I've noticed is that Carlton, they always manage to get some time, at least in the final 20 to 25 seconds, but it's always been Utica that have had early presence over towards the next kill. That's, I believe, where Carlton are mostly losing their fights. You know, again, they had some presence with Frenzy, getting that double kill makes sure that Utica, they have that early time gain from the next hill. Although this time around, Reed, he has gotten up close and personal, but he will get denied any access or any time from the hill once again.
It is Utica again. First one's here. Royalty looking for the break in the side with that MP40. Good for one, but you can see Utica heavy on the tail. He's going to trade this one out to stay in control of the docks. Divin locks down these spawns. All eyes on the front line here as Carlton setting up for a break from the LST ship, but struggling to find these kills, struggling to find the one-on-ones to get them in here. It is going to deny the rest of the time with 15 seconds left. It looks like we're heading into the second set of rotations with a double lead, or double the points lead to Carleton University as Brady on 8 in a row. He's going to have streaks going into the second set, Inflicted, and that definitely can be something to lead them to a comeback.
Yeah, for once, Carlton, they're the ones that have some early presence in the P1 this time around, but Utica, they are pretty close as they get a couple of frags to begin with. Polish Prince getting one more, although gets traded out, and the hill is still very clean for Carlton. But Utica, they are trying to set up a pinch of sword as Frenzy, he gets the first pick, and behind that, they're looking to contest this in the hill. They did get another one, but Polish Prince with 2 now has cleaned the hill right out. Brady trying to be an overseer over towards the middle, but can't really help his teammates over towards the side where they're actually struggling the most. 2 kills do go their way, but they still haven't completely gained control as of now.
139 to 93. Carlton, they've brought themselves back. And Brady, it seems like he hasn't left this top sniper's nest inside the LST ship. He is big chilling. And he is not allowing anybody else to take control. Still some presence from the Pioneers, so gunfights will be big when they do ring out. And look at that, they open up with 2. It's going to be Utica with some early presence here to try to deny the Ravens, but still need to bring these fights out. They're going to clean up Royalty from up top, so Utica is going to hop into this hill, 144 to 110. And now here comes Carlton for the answer back, and it just falls straight flat on its face. They come in for the kills, and Frenzy's going to shut it down.
Once again, Utica very quick and good on the break this time around. Carlton, they're trying to stack up to push them back once again. It's going to be Reland that starts things off, but the answer right back is Utica. They get 3 kills in return, and now but now Carlton, they should be moving towards the next hill, and that's exactly what Aztec and Brady are doing. But Reagan, he still wants to take some of the time off from this final hill. Where he does get that frag, but there is some presence over towards the middle. That's going to be Frenzy who manages to get that trade, and now the fight for rotation has begun, where it seems Utica have won this one to kick things off.
This is exactly where we saw Utica last set of rotations as well. But this time around, you got Royalty in the back. There's definitely a player to look out for. Pulls the squad spawns for the Ravens, so it's going to be a quick reinforcement the players, I'm pretty sure they know. Brady wants to drop the hammer. Going to take Jalen out of the hill. Flip things out for the Ravens now to hop on in and start collecting time. You look at the kill feed. It's going to be 4 down. Utica trying to scrap things back to get into this hill number 3, but not finding the kills that they need to on the inside. Here comes a Shrike. This time it's Devin looking to take down the presence of Carlton from inside of the beaches, and they do. So Frenzy's going to hop in. 22 seconds to battle for it. If you're the Ravens, I would not suggest hitting this one another time. You need to focus on this 4th hill because Utica, they're going to get the scrap time whether you like it or not.
Yeah, they definitely will, but this time around now, well, Carlton, once again, they have the spawns for the P4 and here where they are trying to hold the line, but Jalen, he's found a gap of sort, he gets that first kill, spotted another one, but hasn't been able to find the kill. Although Utica, they follow up with 2 kills of their own, but they are not close to the hill just yet. They have sort of a distracted approach to this one where they are sort of split up, but that has allowed them to enter this hill just even for a little bit as Jalen. He gets 2 to his name, but Reedon on the flank, he could get a couple of frags, which could be very key for Carlton to hold this one off. He does get 1 before getting traded out, but Polish Prince still the last one alive. Willing to help contest it, will get 1 just before falling, and Carlton, they hold on to this.
You're going to want this time. It'll pay off for the long run here. Ravens, as they are still not out of it. Brady's going to find 2. But he went on a 6 spree before dropping. We'll have a strafing run to use. This is only college play, so no GAs in effect for that strafing run. Heading over to the docks. You see that presence from both teams. Carlton, they still have royalty in the back line there, so you're looking at him to really spoil the fun and allow for a chance of the Ravens to break in.
Well, next hill is still going to be a bit more contested because there are a couple of players in the back lines that's for Carlton, although one of them has fallen, but Aztec, he's still alive. And it seems that Carlton, they have actually managed to gain the spawns for this one, hence they will have a lot of pressure from the back lines. They have already gained control of the hill, but Frenzy, he's still up close there, and he will manage to get 1 frag just before falling. Now it's going to be Utica that have to take the fights from up front there. They do get a couple of frags, but they still haven't managed to break through just yet. Polish Prince is going to change that as he gets 2. There's make it 3, and that's going to be another reset for Carlton as the timer ticks down. The final 10 seconds are going to go the way of Utica. Scratch that for Carlton. But now the fight for P1 starts as well.
It's a bloodbath for P1. It's going to be. Both teams are there. Redden leads the flank presence. Ring's going to pop open. 229 to 186. Royalty leading the charge. Royalty finds 2. There's the break for the Ravens that you're looking for. Brady, a 4th down as well onto Utica. Just making matters a little bit better here with the Carlton Ravens. Is off the respawn, Utica. From that hill number 4. Looking to siege the beaches of the Solomon Isles. Struggling to get things going at the moment. They have the lead of the presence. Redden's going to have to get back in here. A pinch setting up from Utica. Here comes Frenzy. Polish Prince on the opposite side. They're going to find the kills needed to get back into this hill. And it's still winnable here to take this one down. You need to collect this time. But most importantly, Carlton, they need to get into this hill.
Yeah, they need to hold them off for at least 5 seconds if they want Utica to go to the next hill, but it seems like they can't deny it. Just 4 more seconds and Utica, they've done it. There's nowhere close from Carlton and Utica. They steal the map one away from Carlton, which was their map pick. Gavutu, well, it goes the Utica's way.
It goes Utica's way, indeed, and it's the way that you wanted to start this off if you're the Pioneers. You're looking to take the 3rd place spot. You want to take it by charge. So you're going to step up to the plate, and you're going to take map number 1. Carlton's pick, by the way, Inflict as well. So just to make it even better there, you're looking at not only finding map number 1, but you're going to do it on their home turf as well. It's kind of nasty business here if you're the Utica Pioneers, but that's exactly how you want to start this off. Very strong going into this week of the Collegiate Varsity League for Call of Duty Vanguard. And heading into the search and destroy, I mean, this is your ballpark. You're now heading over to your map. You're looking to bring this one back if the Utica Pioneers to just push this even farther.
I mean, honestly, if you're Utica and you are very confident on your map and they end up going up 2-0, with how good they played Gavutu right now, I think we might possibly be looking at a 3-0 right there, done and dusted. Hopefully not, but Carlton, they need to answer back strong if they want to push us to at least a map 4 here with Tuscan. it is, of course, Utica's map pick, as we mentioned earlier on. They have to be feeling great about it.
Well, I mean, this is search and destroy, so I mean, you have an opportunity to play a different game. A lot of the time, search and destroy will be the better ballpark for certain teams. As you can see, Tuscan is where we are headed. And one thing to know about Tuscan is that it is a submachine gun player's playground. I mean, you're always looking for the offensive team to go quickly to pick up that A plant, take control of the A site right away, and off screen. I mean, it'll be big to see how the submachine gun players start taking control of the map, whether it's the overextension through maps, whether it's the middle of the map whatsoever. Your submachine gun players, they are going to be a huge business here if you want to take control of a map like Tuscan. So eyes are going to be on them, especially for Carlton Raven. You want to take it down. I mean, Royalty, he was having a fantastic game on Gavin 2 hardpoint, so just keep that going in the search and destroy, one round at a time.
Yeah, the royalty was a major reason why they were able to extend the lead, the score line as much as they did. But on the other hand, Frenzy, we mentioned him quite a lot. He was getting those 2Ks constantly, so he's going to be another one that I'm, of course, looking out for, because that was his placement was absolutely amazing, and getting those constantly 2Ks to break hills and win rotations as well for his team while lurking around a bit aggressively. I think that could really help them win this SND as well.
I could very well be what you're looking at, and I'm excited to see what happens. I mean, there might not be major implications from this game, as they are two middle of the pack teams inside this division. You know, Carlton sitting 5-1, Utica sitting 4-2. If Utica wins this, they will even up the score between both of these teams. So you're really looking at this. You know, you win map number 1, you win out this series, you tie up Carlton, and all of a sudden you're still in the runnings for that third place spot. So not major implications, but the implications still are there. So if you're the Pioneers, you are feeling good about that map number 1. And we talk about, you know, things you could do in Tuscan Search and Destroy. Is there anything you would like to see out of these teams in Tuscan Search and Destroy Inflict?
Honestly, around where all of them just run mid, but nah, I'm joking. I really want to see what, as you were mentioning, MP40s, the SMGs. It's the SMG game on Tuscan specifically. But one thing that I really want to see is how the Polish Prince, of course, works, because of course he, I believe, had the best KD. Either it was him or Divin from Utica that were playing the major game. So over is the A side, where you have a lot of long range engagements possibly to kick things off. Well, not this time around, but as it seems that Call of Duty have actually just given up A side to begin with, except for middle where
Frenzy.
Okay. Well, Olive Frenzy follows up with another one of his own. It's going to be all come down to Brady, and he falls to a very quick first round, actually.
Quick
Didn't
first
even let
round
me
indeed.
finish.
I mean, you would think, I'm pretty sure the Pioneers, their logo is a moose. I didn't know Moose had wings. Frenzy was flying. That whole scene. I mean, right off the rip, you saw that Carlton, they had the understanding. If you're going to go for the quick plant towards A, you're going to set up for the post plant. And the SMGs on Utica, they said, no can do. Frenzy runs out there. Not only 1, but 2 picks to open up the flank as well to collapse onto that last for Brady. So switching things over, it was an A hit from Carlton. I expect the same out of the Pioneers, but what are we going to get from Carlton to deny this? Will we see quick, aggressive SMG play like we did at a Frenzy?
Well, we're gonna have to wait and find out, but it seems like Utica, they're headed towards the A side as well this time around. Carlton, they seem prepared for it. Aztec wins the first engagement over towards middle. He has spotted another one right under him with that flash, with that string grenade, and it's going to be reading that kicks the player out. But they have tied things up as Divin and Polish Prince, they take one to their name as well. Aztec and Royalty up against 2 versus 2 against the 2 ARs from Utica.
You see that? Carlton, they are looking like they want to put all their eggs in towards the A hit. You gotta understand that if that bomb goes down to B, that is a tough retake to have happen. They don't want to let this go down for free. You can see Royalty has a little bit of an itch, thinking that they are going to go to the B's side. And if you are, I mean, 30 seconds left, you got to know that this bomb is going down. Carlton, they need to start rotating.
Well, now they know where it is, and hence the rotations are starting to come in. They have decided to split up and possibly set up a pinch here, but You're gonna have to wait and see if the timings do match up. Oh, a player has been spotted. Paulson's going to back off and play this one a bit safer, and both of them get
Ooh.
taken out one by one. A nice clean round from Utica, I'd say. They did lose two players earlier on to begin with, but that ending from Tywin and Polish Prince, it was just very clean. Both of them had two kills in this round, and overall just kept their composure. Really nice to see.
And Divin wins the 1-on-1 from behind. Polish Prince puts the sniper to work. Gonna switch it out for the Automaton over on defense, and successful 2 quick rounds out of Utica. Puts them in a pretty comfortable spot for the early game. Carlton, are you gonna go back to A? If you are, who is gonna put Frenzy in check? Last time he just flew, so curious to see if he's gonna do that one again. Bomb sitting around A, not going down just yet. Player number 6 is Divin. It looks like he wants to work his way through the map side. You do see Frenzy goes on through the middle of the map, but this time Royalty doesn't put down the bomb. He's going to find the kill. An early trade from Polish Prince and reads out a second as well. We're sitting 2 versus 2.
But Polish Prince, I believe that before dying, he was able to get that strafing around, so that could be very big in the upcoming rounds. We're gonna have to keep our eyes peeled for that one. But for the time being, again, a 2 versus 2, Diamond and Jalen up against Brady and Reed. The bomb is dropped over towards the NACE side. Brady, he's getting a bit too aggressive and gets taken out. Reed hasn't been able to get that trade. He's just playing this patiently, hoping that the player pushes him out and if he had spotted him, but I don't think Redden got spotted. Even though he's looking out over towards middle, and oh, Reedon, he's given his location away, and that could mess things up seriously.
You got to get this kill. Divin's on the exit. Redden trying to chase. He finds the kill, but is there even time? 1v1 now. Jalen just has to sit behind, wait for this bomb to get planted. If it can be, and no, Redden doesn't get there in time. He's got to find this kill. And if you're Jalen, you're just waiting for the time to tick down. And you're waiting for the round to go your way. Get a little bit close there. As soon as that kill came through inside of top burning. But when the clock's against you like that and you haven't got that bomb down, you just saw what Jalen needed to do. He just needed to sit back, relax, and wait for the time clock to burn on down. So 3 rounds in a row from the Utica Pioneers. Only A site hits so far. Aside from Utica making the late game change to B. Granted to A right away again. But Frenzy, he's already bottom church.
He has a very key positioning right here. There are all about 3 players right above him. One ran right past him, but he's not going to get aggressive towards him. He doesn't want to give away his location. Polish Prince, though, he is going to take that player out, which is going to be Reed. He falls first. Frenzy follows up as well. Now it's all down to Brady and Royalty to take this one to the home, but never mind. Frenzy gets another one. It's all down to Royalty, and he gets 2. The bomb just got planted. But he needs to stay alive. He knows there has to be someone right around the corner there. Jalen, he's sitting right beneath him for the time being, but 30 seconds to go, and Roldy, he's got on 3. This is looking very possible.
Looking doable indeed. 1v1. Bomb is down. Frenzy making the full rotation. Royalty hasn't even hopped the bomb yet. Frenzy's about to see this. He's in a perfect spot to put it away, and he's got the automaton. I mean, he's got it all. And he's got the rounds. 4 in a row for Utica. Pioneers putting on a clinic in this first match of the day. When Gavitu, that was your hard point, and it looks like this is your search and destroy as well. 4 quick rounds. I'm curious to see, Carlton, are you going to change it up? You need to change it up at some point. You're already down by 4 rounds. You need to do something new.
Yeah, you definitely have to. 2 more rounds and Utica close out this map as well. And at that point, their confidence has to be just high up in the sky. But finally, to change things off a little bit, it seems like that all of the Utica's team has headed towards the B side. They're looking for a massive flank build-up, I guess. But the bomb is going to go down. Oof. Even though he is going to actually deny that one, did spot Brady as well, but wasn't able to finish that one off. Frenzy going to tie things up there, and Jalen gets the man advantage for his teammate, but Aztec is going to once again tie things up in a 1v1. Jalen against Aztec. The bomb yet to go down.
This is like 3 1v1s we've seen in Flaked, and Utica, they've won them all. This would be a big one if Aztec can finally break the curse on Tuscan. Or the squad has the bomb, but oh, Jalen knows. Jalen knows. Looks like Aztec sees him as well, trying to get out and dodge, and he does. 32 seconds. Could make the wraparound, but I mean, Jalen, he doesn't know just yet if Aztec's out or not. Looks like it is the go-ahead to get this bomb planted. Oh, Jalen's in a perfect position to still hit this. He's waiting. Bomb's going to go down. Here he comes around the corner. Spots him out. Aztec, another one-on-one loss for Carlton. Perfect timing for Jalen to put him up by 5.
This has just been so clean from Utica overall. They, as you mentioned, we have seen like 3 1v1s at this point, and it just shows how composed this team really is. Utica, every single 2v2 1v1 they have managed to close them out. Even a 2v4 earlier on by Divin and Polish Prince. So they're not letting even a round slip away from them on their map pick.
No, they're not letting a round slip away from them. What was that? And I say 3 1v1s that they've won now, so that is a tough one if you're Carlton. Heartbreaker if you're Carlton. Now let's see if they can put this one around. Wait, flawlessly. Frenzy wants to keep the aggression right through Church. He's like Carlton have made the right adjustments. He's trapped. But how many can he find here? Knows the players behind him. Slides out to Aztec, and that's a big 2 out of Aztec. He's going to recover the MP40, and this is Carlton's best chance we've seen yet.
Well, it gets even better as Regent has taken Jalen out as well, with Polish Prince still alive, out with the sniper, and he falls too. There you go, Carlton finally securing their first round. Well, Aztec, their adjustments were really good. Frenzy had pushed, I'm pretty sure, middle every single time they were on on offense. So they made sure that they didn't allow him any more space. There was a player present bottom Church. There was someone that could jump from above as well to make sure that he has no exit points whatsoever. And Aztec getting that first frag on the bomb as well, it was just massive.
Might not be flawless, Inflict, but I mean, it has been dominance for this team. 1 round goes to Carlton. How many more are we going to be seeing? Or are we going to be seeing a full sale? Jalen lets his positioning be known.
Oh, Frenzy. Let's spot someone.
He knows. He's just toying with them at this point. They know Carlton's around them. They have so many angles on lock, and look how deep Jalen is. They're about to walk right into him.
Oh, the nade is going to force him back, but at the same time, Carlton are making their way back as well. Regent, though, he's going to be the one that kicks things off as he gets the first frag and going to back out himself. They know they have the man advantage to work with. They can play this a bit more patiently. The bomb does go down, and now the push is sort of coming in. Frenzy gets taken out by Royalty. That MP40 battle goes his way this time around, but Polish Prince, he's looking to secure this whole round. It doesn't really matter who's up against him, but he's all by himself this time around, and he falls. Carlton secure their second.
No, sometimes it thinks that it doesn't really matter who's against Polish Prince, but Ravens, they're like, you're against us. We're still in it. Don't forget that this map isn't over yet. They're going to put their second on the board, Inflict. And letting themselves be known that they do have some rounds to take inside the search and destroy. And realistically, it's off those first bloods. Redden, a key one-on-one win over towards Maps. And you saw how far the offense pushed back the defense into that round to leave the A site open for free. The plant comes through. Post plants are as good as ever. And Brady's got the sniper right. If he found that, that would have been fantastic. But nade spam's going to come through, and a 4-on-4 so far for the start of the round. Royalty, he better win this.
Frenzy, the timing, it doesn't go his way, and he's fallen just right there. Jalen, though, he's waiting for someone else to walk through him. Although there's a couple players right behind him, he might not be suspecting it. Actually, the door's open, so he knows there's at least one player present there. Going to play this a bit more safely, backing off all the way towards his spawn, and has just given up that B side for the time being, though. Reading. He's waiting in middle for someone to show their face alongside Brady, who's out with the sniper for the wider angles. For the time being, though, no challenges going towards Carlton until now. Polish Prince is going to be the one that kicks things off once again. And now only 30 seconds on the clock. Utica, they have to plant this bomb, and Aztec, he's just waiting for that.
Aztec Brady keeping this one going. Carlton, they're not done yet.
They definitely aren't.
They find the third round inflict. And they are keeping this competitive inside the Tuscan. One round at a time. You say, you get put in this situation sometimes in Call of Duty. Down 0-5. What are you going to do? How much fight do you have? How good is your mental fortitude to make a comeback like this? Well, Carlton, they realized they could do it one round at a time. And so far, it has been working. Off of the first bloods, we need to see Carlton keep up in that standard. There's Utica. This hyper-aggressive gameplay isn't working so far until Polish finds the first blood. What are we going to get out of Carlton to answer back?
Carlton, though, this time around, it seems like they're more interested over towards the B side. It's going to be Polish Prince that holds the angle. Royalty, he has the bomb. If he falls, that's going to be major information that goes the way of Utica, so he needs to stay alive for the time being, though. The player did make his way through. That's going to be Reedon that finds Polish Prince, so that's going to be a major frag, actually. And now this allows them to have some space within the B side. Another one going the way of Royalty. And these are just big frags. Now they can move to plant the bomb. That did spot one person, but will eventually take him out, actually. The bomb's trying to go down. We're all tied up 2-2 right here. Never mind, Divin gets another one.
And Divin puts Royalty against the clock now. 1v1. Bomb is down. Galen, he knows he's going to be fighting him inside. The radio meets him on the front doorstep. But it's still not over just yet. He's going to be taking the wraparound, drops down ladder. Spots him out again. Stun check. Oh, he's out. And this time it's still going. Winflick, this is going to be a huge one. Jalen, he has to defuse. He's calling his bluff. Is he going to check this one? He is! Yes. Carlton, they're not done yet. We're going up to 4.
Well, I'm actually starting to sense around 11 here. Carlton, they lost their own map pick, but they seem determined to take Utica's as well and tie things up 1-1 for us. Utica, they've just failed to change stuff up according to how Carlton are playing. Carlton, they lost 5 rounds initially. They figured out that we have to counter that middle aggression with Utica, where they're constantly showing us, and they were successfully able to do that, hence the 4-round victory. But Utica, they have had just no reply to that after.
No replies so far, but they still have a lead nonetheless. They're going to go right back to the basics. A quick plant to A. It worked for 5 rounds in a row. Why wouldn't it work again right here? Clocks against Carlton now. 4v4 for the retake. Frenzy's sitting in the middle of the map. He's waiting for somebody to dive into the pit. As soon as they do, Frenzy's here to bite. It's definitely not the way you want to go, but it seems like the Ravens have an exit strategy here. They're working on the flank. Jalen's going to spot it. He knows the heads-up plays there. Brady strikes first. Blood now in the favor of Ravens. Drop down his Aztec. Brady finds a third, and oh my god, there's no way this is about to go around 11. Jalen, 1v3. Aztec hops the bomb. He's got to check this one, and no, he's going to go down. Inflict. This is a 5-0, and now we're heading to around 11.
What just happened? Honestly, I did not expect this to see this, because with how successfully they were able to gain the early map control towards middle and A, it didn't seem like Utica, Carlton, they had much of a response. But that frag, it sort of worked as a distraction for Brady to kick things off over towards the A side. He found that initial frag gave his team some space to work with. As Utica, they had to force some movements. Frenzy, I believe he did stay over towards middle, but Aztec, his map awareness was just on point to take him out, and hence we're looking at around 11 right in front of our eyes, and Brady with the nade to kick things off.
Oh, nade to open things up, and Ravens, they are feeling good. Confidence is flowing at an all-time high. Utica, they want to go back to A again. The basics didn't work last time. Now you're down a player already. The Ravens, they are showing they got what it takes. They got the ice. They want to go the distance as well. 37 seconds for the retake. Numbers in favor of the Ravens, and here they come. All 4 players surging on in. Frenzy gives himself away. He's caught in the middle of everything. Aztec's going to put him in the grave now. 2 players left. Redden hops the defuse. Polish Prince drops. Jalen last alive. Can he clutch this one up? 1v4, and he's not even going to check it. The bomb gets defused, and we're getting a full sail here in map number 2.
Wow. I mean, what else? What else are we supposed to say? The only word that comes to my mind is wow. Carlton, they just shut down everybody from Utica. The Frenzy was the one that was earlier on the mastermind for his team and winning them rounds in quick succession. But as soon as they shut him down, it seemed like everything fell apart for Utica there. Polish Prince, he tried his best to retain their presence on the map, but it just didn't work out whatsoever.
Look, folks, what we just saw right there, you don't get that every day. You don't get that even every month of Call of Duty. You get that once in a blue moon, a full sail, 05 to 6-5. I mean, that is just not something that really comes into fruition very often. That is a treat. That is something to desire for a lot of teams. Carlton Ravens, they have to be through the roof after doing that. And Utica, you are heartbroken, man. You can't let that happen. You had 5 rounds to make a change, and you didn't do it. You either won. Even if when you did, it didn't work whatsoever. The Ravens, they just did the impossible. They just did the unattainable. And now you're heading into Gavitu control, back into a respawn, tied at 1 apiece.
I mean, at this point, it just seems like that both of these teams have sort of a deal that we're not even going to win each other's map picks because with how confident Carlton looked in the second half of the map, it just seemed flawless. You know, it seemed like they had a very good mental reset in the second half. They forgot that earlier rounds existed. They just had a new approach to the map. They shut down Frenzy, and everything else followed up afterwards. But now it's going to go to Utica. They did manage to close this one out earlier on the hard point, but it's controlled now. Carlton, you lost the respawn. Of course, we're heading back into another respawn, but you have another chance to prove yourself that it is your map pick and you can take it home.
It is your map pick, and you are the team that's in 3rd place as well. I mean, I'm just speechless still after seeing that inflict. I don't know what to expect from this team in the respawn because they kind of got smoked inside the Gavitu hardpoint. You're heading back to Gavitu. I'm not really feeling too good about their stocks. You know, this is your map pick. It was your map pick back in the hardpoint as well. I'm going to need to see that confidence that I saw in the Search and Destroy again into this game as well. Work as a team, get things under control. If you can take down a team like Utica, I mean, Carlton Ravens, who have been working to up their game from week to week, you know, come back after losing 47 into the 2022 season. I mean, this would be an incredible feat to have happen, especially after what you just did in that map number 2. I'm still just shocked after seeing that. I'm going to be thinking about that for a very long time.
Yeah, Carlton earlier on they were just playing for scraps. Quite frankly, in map 1, Utica they were the ones that had early presence about 80% of the time in newer hills. But Carlton they have to just show what the potential they have. Of course, earlier on in map 1, it was all the game of Davin and Polish Prince. Brady he did show up in moments, but he couldn't do much all alone. And the other AR, whoever it is from the side of Carlton, they need to step up their game because we mentioned it earlier as well. Go to a lot of AR map, so you have to show your presence. You have to assert your dominance earlier on, otherwise things could slip away. And in case they do, you know, you could always make a comeback. That's what we learned from map 2 at least.
It's never over. You know, a wise man once said inside Call of Duty. I'm sure you heard this before too. A wise man once said it's never chalked. Never chalked whatsoever.
Unless you're in a ranked game, you know, that's a different situation.
No, it's never chalked. Come on, it's never chalked. You gotta let them know. There's always potential for the comeback. Carlton literally just showed us that it is never over. 6 rounds in a row, down 05. I mean, that is something else. They're going to be feeling good. I mean, even whatever the outcome is of the rest of the series, they're going to be remembering that all night long. And Utica, I mean, that is nightmare fuel right there. That's going to be what's keeping them up all night. That they just let that happen. So let's hop into control now. The swing map as these teams lay at 1. Who's going to take this one? Who's going to go back into the lead? Will it be Utica or is Carlton going to take things after a magnificent comeback inside that first one? We're heading over to the ring. It looks like they want to go to B right off the rip for Utica, and Frenzy's going to lead the way. He's going to find the opening, and this is going to be Utica right off the rip, hopping onto B, starting the segment.
Frenzy already sitting on the heady to kick things off. They have 2 players present, so they are going a bit too fast. One segment already done, and they aren't letting Carlton get even close to the hill for the time being. It is almost done. They get out wide to confirm that kill as well. They're just looking to close this one out as soon as possible, although Raiden denies it for the time being. But now, look at the minimap. Utica, they've decided to approach the A side instead, while they had distracted them for a long time over towards B. They're trying to stack this one as well, about to close out the first segment. But now look at the minimap. It's going to be Raiden, I believe, on the flank here, which could go massive as a player, as actually Gel, and that's going to be the one that spawns right at B1. So they might expect it, but the damage has already been done as he takes 2 to his name. Brady does get traded out, but now Utica, they have sort of a split approach here. They are trying to split up as many Carlton players as they can.
Minute 5, 20 to 20. As Vision's looking clear here for Pioneers. Almost capturing this B zone. If Frenzy can get in here, clear out house, and take control, that would be amazing. But another 3 go down. And all that you attained at B and A is going to be put to a halt for the time being. Reddit's on an H spree, by the way. 8-0 to open this up. Full Shriek's going to be in his hands. And this is where things get dangerous. 48 seconds left to make this hit. You have the lives to do so, but at some point, you need to start taking one of these sites. Is it going to be the A zone or the B zone? It doesn't matter. You need to push the time.
Yeah, they only need 1 segments from on both of the hills, but they're losing lives. It's 7 life advantage for Carlton to begin with. Polish Prince trying to keep it down as he turns it into a 6, but never mind. Answers right back. Now, once again, Utica, they have a 2-2 split going on. They have some presence on the B hill, but Brady is going to deny anything whatsoever. And that the timing really doesn't go his way. And it seems like Carlton, they might have done this one. Just 10 seconds. They have Utica, they have to hop on a hill. They have some presence over towards the A side, but Aztec, he's all by himself here. It seems like they are going to be able to secure this one and hence put some time on the clock to work with. And Utica, now, a 4 life disadvantage, but they have managed to secure 1 hill.
Add another minute. 5 lives left for the Pioneers to take over B. It's got to be clear, concise, and flawless. Those 2 kills to open this up. That is a good start, but you do need to wipe another wave before you get in here. And here they come. Frenzy finds Aztec. On the outside, Polish Prince finds Royalty. Suddenly, we're even 5 on 5. You do have player number 4 pinched on either half. But Polish Prince again, he's going to find Red, and Divin puts Aztec 6 feet under. So what are you even going to get out of this? They hop in the B zone. They stop it at 41 seconds. They stack the site. And the Pioneers, they get it done from A to B as easy as ever.
Yeah, to kick things off, Utica, it seemed like they had the round done and dusted right there when they were able to secure 2 segments on both of the hills, A and B. But then Carlton, they just cleared out waves after waves and did manage to get an 8 life advantage, but it seemed like they just threw it away as soon as they lost the A hill. They just sort of threw it away, and without losing any life, Utica, they were able to get the final segment onto the B hill this time around. Frenzy's getting aggressive from B1. They get 3 to begin, but make it 4. The first wave cleared out already, and Frenzy, he's looking to get into their spawn and deal as much damage as he can to begin with.
Well, Pioneers, they surge forward after a very successful hit towards B in the late ends of the game. Or the round, at least. Drake was picked up. For them as well. Strafing run's going to be in the back pocket. All this is happening. I mean, 28 to 23 off the opening breakoff. That is smooth sailing for the Pioneers. You have map control. You have 8A zone on lock as well. And Carlton break on in. Here they come.
They do have a couple of players present near the B hill, but they haven't decided to hop on it just yet. They want to clear the areas around it before they get in, and now that they finally have, they're looking to get in. Polish Prince already on a 5 spree. Frenzy making sure that the A hill remains clear. but they are finally making some. But Carlton, they're making some progress over towards the side. It's all going to be Royalty as he's the last one alive there, and he falls to just 20 seconds. No progress whatsoever on either of the sides. And Aztec, he's trying to deal some damage over towards P1, but he falls too, and it seems like Utica, they aren't even gonna let anything go the way of Carlton in this one.
No, they're not. Polish Prince on 6, looking for the glide bomb.
Frenzy
Hunting
gets
these
5
players
minutes.
down. As Brady does sneak over to B. The clock will be stopped at 5.2 seconds, but here come the Pioneers. Divin is still out. Shots him down on the inside. Can Aztec reach it? No, he won't. So Utica, they get round 1. They get round 2. And their respawn game, man, it has been one to be afraid of. The Pioneers, they are looking to go back up into the lead.
Carlton has shown us already. They're never out of the game until it's over. We saw that in the SNE. They're once again back against the Rogues. They have to make a comeback right here. But what's going to make it even more difficult for them are the streaks. Polish Frenzy has a set on him as well, and Frenzy, he's pretty close to his, I believe, as well, unless he has already achieved it. And Frenzy gets one more to kick things off. The first bit goes his way, but a quick trade for Carlton to hop right on the hill. They have two players pushing up the ship, but Jalen and Polish Frenzy wait for them as they clear out the hill region. All by himself, waiting for all of the 4 players to show themselves. There's the first one. He does see the second, but going to play this one a bit more safely as he tries to clear the hill, but won't be able to do so.
1 minute left to play inside the round. Pioneers sitting pretty inside the A zone, and they are set up with those ARs. On top of the boat, it's full 4 down. He is going relatively smooth at the moment. Jalen on 5 in a row as well. On pace for the strafing run. The A zone, it will be capped, Inflict. And while this is happening, Utica, they have attained proper map control to steamroll is to be as well. You got to be careful. Frenzy hits the green light. Divin says go. And all of a sudden, the B side is looking very open now. Frenzy on 5 in a row. 2 players making it happen. Jalen in the spawn finds the strafing run is going to drop before the glide bomb comes through, but a lot of damage has been done to the Ravens. They only have 11 lives left.
Uticas are just very clean in their respawns right now, and it seems like Carlton, they have no response to it whatsoever for the time being, though they have held the push off. But for how long can they do it? 1:20 on the clock for Utica to secure the B hill, but their life advantage is just massive as 2 more kills go the way of Polish Prince. They have a 12 lives advantage, which is going to further make things worse for Carlton as more and more kills are going Utica's way. The glide bomb coming out as well to clear the B hill, and hence allowing an entry for Utica to work with just 4 people alive. No more respawns, and it seems like it's going to be done and dusted as Utica, they look to steal another map away from Carlton.
I mean, Ravens, what do you have? Do you have that map 2 juice? Do you have the magic in your hat? It's a big no. I mean, Utica Pioneers, they get it done, and they get it done quickly. 3-0 sweep on the GAFA 2 control. And they're going to be going back into the lead inside the series. Imagine, Inflict, if they did not get full sales inside that map number 2. They would have 3-0 swept Carlton here.
And that too in a very dominant fashion, I must add. The first map, as we mentioned earlier on, Carlton, they were just playing for scraps at that point. The second map, it began with a 5-0 score line, so pretty dominant there if they had won it, of course, as well. And the control, needless to say, a 3-0 finish with just flawless gameplay across the board from everyone inside of Utica. The fourth map, although it is going to be Tuscan once again, but at this time it's a hard point. That's going to be an interesting one to see whether Carlton are going to be able to tie things up here or Utica, they take their map.
It's going to be an interesting one indeed, but before that, we are going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to continue with this go-around between Utica Pioneers and the Carlton Ravens. We'll see you in a bit, everyone. Hey, you know what? It's never going to be easy to win a series of Call of Duty. Utica, they thought it was going to be, but you know what? You got full sailed on a search and destroy. And now you just got to own it. You got to bounce back off of that one. You did a great job in the control. Up 2-1 now in the series. And see what you have coming up next. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Inflict. Inflict, let's take a look at the maps and take a look at exactly where we are going to for our next map. Because we saw the Gavitu, we saw the Tuscan, we saw the next Gavitu, and now we are heading in to another Tuscan.
Yeah, one thing that we've learned throughout this series is that Utica, they really know how to butter their bread in terms of respawn game modes. Hardpoint and Control, both of them were their victories, of course, in very dominant fashions. Tuscan, the Search and Destroy did disappoint a little bit as they had some massive lead earlier on, but they did end up losing it. Surprisingly, 6-5 from a 0-5. But, it's a respawn game mode this time around.
It is.
uh, they have been pretty dominant in it. They must show us that they have the potential to do it. And Tuscan, once again, it's not just go to where they're good, because of course they want to dethrone Carlton from that third spot and retain it to themselves.
No, they want to definitely tie this one up for third place. That's what this is all kind of adding up to for the division between both of these teams. And if Utica get this done, they're looking like the team to get this done right now. They're going to be feeling good for the rest of this. Let's hop into the Tuscan hardpoint. Let's get things going for this map number 4 between both these squads. Utica, they win this one, they're going to be walking away with the series. Carlton, do they have what it takes? Pushes to another search and destroy. Well, let's take a look at the break off early. It's a 3v3 over towards that monument zone. Polish Prince gets aggressive, and off the back of that, Frenzy, Divin, they're going to shut the door.
Already off to a very great start of Utica, as they have some presence already over towards middle. That's going to be Polish Prince. He does take one, but there is going to be another one that follows up. Jalen, though, he over towards Monument, he is holding the front line as he takes to Frenzy, helping him out as well. But within Church, it is Carlton that who do win a couple of fights. They are trying to hold this one out just enough so that they have control for the next hill. But it seems like Utica, they have some presence right across. It's going to be Polish Prince that has gotten up close and personal as he takes Regan out. He is waiting for a fight against Aztec, who he's just waiting for some reinforcements, and he does take Aztec down, but a quick trade coming through from Carlton to hold this one.
It has been nothing but flawless since that wholesale. Utica feels like they got a little bit of a wake-up call in that. Gonna break over to P2. The Polish Prince working alongside his team to take control of the back spawn. Gonna find Brady. That's the go-ahead for the Raz. Comes on flying. Redden's gonna shut him down. Up to the teammates to come up big. Good for 2. The break's gonna be through. And Carlton now forced to spawn up through the middle of the map. They're gonna have to take a hit back at this if they want the later end of this. Prince is gonna find Brady. Slides back in. 3 go down, and they're going to hold on.
And a fabulous break for Utica to kick things off once again. And now, this time around, this was exactly what we were saying on Galuta as well. They have presence over towards the next hill, and they manage to get the scrap as well. So it's just a win-win situation for them. Polish Prince, although he does get taken out of fire, but his teammates, they are still sitting in the back lines, and hence they're holding this one off as Diamond takes Aztec out. But there are a couple of players over towards the left side from Carlton who are trying to deal some damage but haven't been able to do so just yet. But Reedon on the flank could go massive. He does take one. There's the second as well. And finally the break comes through, but Frenzy is still trying to hold this one on, but never mind. Reedon takes him out as well. And it's going to be Utica that start to spawn out.
Is that it from the Ravens? Aztec in the hill. Weapon of choice for these ones. Around the corner. They don't know what they're walking into. It's Aztec with a stun and an automaton to tee it up. Still holding on strong are going to be Carlton Ravens for this third hill. Look at Utica spawning up in the rooftops. A little bit of a blessing. They're going to be able to hit this hill really quickly. Trying to get the later end of this time, but heads up play from Aztec to slip on through, pick up the last 4 seconds. Eyes on the Church Inflict, because this is where we're going next. It's double the points of Carlton right now for Utica.
Well, they are hitting this one from up front, and it seems like they're winning those fights. Diamond does get to one, but three of their teammates have already fallen. Aztec does make one more addition to it with Jalen. He's sitting up front, up above actually. He does take one, but the trades is now starting to come in as well. Utica, they are trying to regain control here, and there's only one player in the back lines, which is going to be Aztec. He's waiting for his teammates, but will fall himself, and a clean for red there for Utica as they hit the 3-point mark. It's going to be a 100-point mark actually. Frenzy presents over towards middle, gets a couple of frags. Aztec still trying to get that trade, but he's just being a nuisance at this point. He's making people chase him out, and he still manages to get those kills.
Frenzy puts the capital N in nuisance at the moment. Right, a big one-on-one here. He's going to find it. Opportunity for Carlton to get the early setup, but here comes the reinforcements from Utica. The cavalry is in. Crossfire is set up. Divon's going to find 3 in a row. Make it 4 in a row. Looking for number 5, and he's going to hold on tight. 5 in a row for Divon. Finds the break for Utica Pioneers, and now it's going to really toss things up for who's going to walk away with time inside of maps. You look at the kill feed. It's looking like Carlton so far. They find 3. Brady's going to put all 4 down, and they're keeping up the carnage as well. So Ravens to find the break in. Job's not done just yet. Brady takes down Frenzy. So potentially could be bringing on out. Pushes the aggression. Aztec's going to find the last one playing on through. And, I mean, this is a crazy map number 5. I can't believe Carlton Ravens are even finding time.
I'm really not sure how they're managing to do it, because the kill feed it just goes red, blue, and red again. There's the one blue in the feed. Royalty does manage to get the final 5 seconds, but again the fight for P1 initiates as there is some presence for Utica, but it's only going to be Frenzy, and he gets 2. He's not going to hold on here. Now some backup to work with as well, but playing this one a bit more safer. Polishment's nades keeps the Carlton at bay. Again, the nades are the ones that are dealing the massive damage to begin the P1 with.
Reddit finds 2. Rotation to P1 in hand of the Ravens so far. But here comes the Pioneers. Jalen leading the charge from the flank. He's got the Vulcan. He's going to find 3 in a row to open things up. Polish Prince spikes it down. Break's going to be out for the last 17 seconds. Carlton Ravens, they don't want to allow this to go all the way to the Pioneers. You can see them trying to traverse the map, but they are struggling to find any kills inflict. Out comes Aztec. Frenzy shuts him down. You look at the mini-map, and you can see that Utica, they are set up for not only the rest of the time for P1, but for P2 as well.
Oh, the pre-fire almost got him that second kill as well, but again, as you said, they are present for the next hill this time around. Frenzy, though, he's holding the front line over towards Church. Does get one. There's a player within Church again, but it doesn't even matter for the time being. Carlton, they just can't make any progress whatsoever. As soon as they get to 1, Utica answer right back with 2 of their own. Although Reed, he has made his way into the hill, securing some points, and now his team is following up. But the spawns have gone their way as well. 100-point difference still growing as well. The Frenzy was able to put some points in again. The final 20 seconds, it seems like it's just going to go the way of Carlton, as Utica, they're setting up for the next hill right here.
Nice setup from Frenzy. Almost around 200 points. Carlton, they got to put the pedal to the metal because this is way out of the league right now. Brady finds Jalen. Step by step, checking things off, kill by kill. Brady finds a second one as well. Nice nade placement. It's going to force these players in Utica to push the agenda, and they do. But as all this happens, you can flip the spawns. Ravens are going to be spawning up in the rooftops. They're going to be able to hit this right off the bat. So things about to kick into gear here. And it looks like the Pioneers, they are well versed for this as well. Divon going to find Royalty with the help of Jalen. Brady trying to chime in, but he gets shut down. Aztec alone on the outside with the reinforcements to help him out on the inside of this hill. Here they come swinging on back in. Jalen, the trade, Royalty holding on. Utica, 20 seconds that they don't want to give to Carlton Ravens. They're fighting tooth and nail to hold off every drop of it.
But eventually, though, it's going to be Utica that do end up taking those final 20 as they start to make progress towards the next hill as well, where Carlton, they do have 2 players, but both of them fall as a clean sweep comes in for Utica. Just 30 more seconds is all they need to finish this series with a 3-1 victory. Carlton, they are trying to spawn out as well. The desperation time has begun for them as one more falls. The trades are coming through. They're just not enough. They have no one, and the hell as Utica, they're just are taking the time away from them.
13 seconds left. One attack remaining. Here they come. The Ravens trying to get in, but they're not getting into the time at all. 6 seconds left. They got to get in here. Braden, don't shoot bodies. You got to touch this hill. Into the side. Frenzy shuts him down, and 250 is where Utica are going to hit. That's going to shut down Carlton Ravens inside the series. 3-1 for the Pioneers to open up our stream today. And what a showing from them inside the respawns. I mean, it looked dominant. And it looked dominant as well in the search and destroy, but I mean, we don't want to talk about that. I'm sure the Pioneers, they want to forget about that.
Yeah, they definitely do, but overall, generally, a very, very satisfying series for Utica. They end up winning all three of the respawns. Of course, the search and destroy was a bit disappointing, but it doesn't really matter as soon as you end up winning the series and tying things up in the scoreboard with Carlton there. But talking specifically about this map 4. Initially Utica, they were pretty dominant, but Carlton, they did start to show some signs of life as they continuously collapsed Utica's early hill rotations. But at the end, it just felt like we were in a circle. Utica, they were starting to get all those kills. Everybody from Carlton felt like dominoes, and that was just the whole story for the map 4.
Circles and circles and circles. It's just repetition for the Pioneers to take control of that one. Let's take a look at the maps that we did get as well for the series, because when we kind of highlight back to this, when we talk about how dominant Utica looked inside of those respawns, we started off with that Gavin to hardpoint, and really this team looked like something else. 5-0 start to the Tuscan search and destroy. I think it reverse swept in a full sail motion by Carlton to give Carlton Ravens their only map win of this series. You head back to the respawns. Gavin was a 3-0 sweep. Tuscan was 250 to 128, like you just said. So that's going to be it for our match number 1. When we come down to this, let me tell you a little bit something about LLS, everybody. LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, which includes 14-year-old Nick. As a child, Nick was completely healthy, played baseball, got straight A's, and was rarely sick. That all came to a screeching halt in January 2018 when he heard the terrible word, "You have cancer." Nick embarked on a long road of chemo and radiation therapies, and 6 months later, he heard 3 amazing words: "You're in remission." Well, the treatment left Nick with some long-term side effects. He feels healthy again and is thankful for the support of LLS, their funding of new drugs that aim to reduce long-term side effects. Today, Nick is grateful to share his story with others, still loves playing baseball, and especially enjoys playing MLB The Show. Alongside Hero Nick, we recognize the LLS hero of the game as a player that made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when that matters most. Hero of the game today, it's Polish Prince. Welcome to the booth, Polish Prince. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to start off. Real simple answer, and I'm sure you knew this was going to come. What happened in the search and destroy, man?
It was just one of those breakdowns. We got a little frustrated and I just couldn't figure out the openings. So it's just something we're gonna have to go back and I guess work on. But no, we definitely choked the search.
I don't usually see that happen very often. I needed to make sure I asked.
It's not a normal thing for us, but.
But I mean, your respawns looked great. I mean, you guys came into this definitely feeling like a great team in respawns, a strong team overall. You look past that search and destroy. That's a once in a blue moon opportunity. How are you guys feeling about your division?
We're feeling good. Being one of the top teams, we've been playing a lot. We're in 3 different leagues, so we're getting a lot of reps in. And, I mean, you can see it in the game. The respawns are looking great. Obviously, the search, maybe have to go back and work on a little bit. But, for the division, every match is going to be a grind from here on out, looking at the schedule ahead. But, I think we can really pull out the rest of the wins here.
And that's amazing. I hope to see you guys, in those plans as well. Now tying yourselves up with Carlton, you are in a battle for third against them as well. So just keep these going, and excited to see what you guys bring for that one. But I mean, for this, now that we're in kind of like the midseason of the Call of Duty Varsity League, what's next for your team? I mean, things to strengthen up for you guys. I know the Search and Destroy was a little bit of a blender today, but are there things you guys are kind of working towards to make sure that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're playing or scrimming a lot of good teams, and we're playing a lot of good teams. And we get that VOD, and we go back, we pick it apart, and we look at what's good, what's bad, and eventually just get better throughout the season.
I'm excited to see you guys get better, indeed, especially if you make the plans. I mean, some big games to come up throughout your division, some big teams to worry about as well. But, on the night, 3-1, not too bad. Now you guys get to go enjoy it. Before we let you go, anything you'd like to say to the stream?
Yeah, I mean, just shout out everybody watching the stream, and shout out the rest of the guys on the team. We've been grinding, we're playing every day. It's been a battle, ups and downs, but to come out with a win, it's really nice here.
For sure. Well, thanks for coming out to the booth. Have a great night, Polish Prince, and excited to see you guys next time on stream.
Thanks for having me. Have a good one.
Inflix, how you feeling about that? I mean, we got a little bit heard about the Search and Destroy, and it seems like it's just one of those things, just to shrug off for them.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it was sort of devastating, but it's nice to know that the mindset that these players have. Of course, it's collegiate, but it shows that they have professionalism with their gameplay as well. It really matters a lot, and it sort of reflects their composure within the game as well. They lost the match, but it's like, okay, just brush it off. It doesn't matter. We focus on the next. We just have to win 2 more maps. We've already shown how good we are in the respawns. We just have to consistently do that, and that's exactly what they did after the SND, and that's how exactly where they managed to score secure the Gavutu and the Tuscan again. So I really like the mindset that they had.
No, I do too as well, and I'm excited to see them kind of push even farther as a squad. I mean, we've seen Utica play on stream before. This is a strong team, and they're showing that they have strong mental as well, which is good. But now for you, I mean, we're done our first match of the day. How you feeling? I know that, not very often you find yourself on a desk for Call of Duty. How you feeling after match number 1?
See, the thing is, I've loved Call of Duty my whole life. That's the game that put me into gaming, and now that I get to cast it as well, it's the feeling itself is amazing. But the match, it just made it way more better. We got to see comebacks, we got to see domination, we got to see great composure from a team as well, and then just collapses as well at the same time. So generally, we got a bit of everything, and hence this is the reason why I love Call of Duty. In just one series, you can get a bit of everything.
Love COD, love life. We got to dip into every little bag that was offered for this. I know I filled out a lot of my Call of Duty bingo card throughout that series as well, but I mean, that's going to be it for our first match of the day. Coming up next on stream, we got the University of Central Florida versus UT Chattanooga, a big match I am excited to see. You guys should not want to miss that either. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, match 2 here in the Call of Duty Varsity League. Welcome back, folks, to the Call of Duty Varsity League. As always, it's myself, Seymour, this time joined with Inflict here on the desk for today's matches. We just saw quite the series number one between Utica and Carlton. Utica coming out 3-1. It was a crazy showing, Inflict. Honestly, a crazy series to open us up.
Yeah, it really was. We got to see bits and pieces of every single thing that you can imagine in Call of Duty. There was pure domination from the side of Utica. There was a massive comeback from the side of from the other Carlton as well. So a bit of everything that you love to see, of course. Sadly though, it didn't go to map 5. That's where I was really hoping it would have went, because Berlin, it was going to be a different map in the series, and with how good both of those teams seemed in S&D, it was really going to be high up in the sky. You couldn't have called who was going to win it.
It's a big one indeed, but that's going to bring us to our second series of the day. We got University of Central Florida versus UT Chattanooga, and a lot of big names on board for these two teams. University of Central Florida, you're repping Red Guy, Chris, Jujina, and Megan. On the other side of Chattanooga, you got Slim, Superior, Click, and Mr. Red Chase himself. A lot of Call of Duty collegiate veterans here on board for both squads. Call of Duty veterans in general on both squads. It's going to be an interesting one, because when you're looking at this, you're looking at a University of Central Florida team sitting up 4-2, not having the rough set of start to your Vanguard series or season across multiple leagues. But you're going up against today a UT Chattanooga who very well looks like a top 10 team in collegiate Call of Duty. So a win tonight, it would propel your stocks very high.
Oh yeah, I definitely would. If you are UT Chattanooga, you're hoping to keep everything flawless for yourself. Keeping that 7-0, keep it looking clean. But if you are University of Central Florida Knights, you're the one team that want to have your fear in other teams' hearts by beating UT Chattanooga for the first time in this season. So both of these teams, they have some things at stake here, of course. So it's going to be an interesting one. And as you mentioned, they are veterans on board for these teams. So we're gonna have to see how they decide to play against each other, especially when they have knowledge about sort of their play styles, about how the other team plays as well.
Well, let's set the mood a little bit with the maps and modes inflict, because it's going to be a tough series for Florida to come away with the win. You got Tuscan Hardpoint for map number 1, Bolkar Search and Destroy map 2, Tuscan Control a guaranteed map number 3. It goes the distance. You got Gavatu and Tuscan to close things out. What does this map set tell to you? I mean, what are you looking at here?
Another banger series, honestly, because well, the maps, they remain pretty much the same. We didn't get to see Berlin last time around, and replacing that is sort of Bocage here, that which is going to be the map 2, which is UT Chattanooga's pick, of course. But generally, I'm just looking for a good game from both of these teams, really.
Looking for a good game as well. And heading back to the Tuscan Hardpoint, I mean, we just got a feel of Tuscan Search and Destroy, and honestly, it wasn't that disappointing. A full seal. Yes, Hardpoint's a little bit different, but we also got a taste of the Hardpoint as well towards in that game number 4, and it was all Utica from start to finish. Now, if you're looking at this between UCF and Chattanooga, I mean, this is still the same tale, I would say. I mean, you're looking at a very strong Chattanooga team with Click and Red Chase, main slayers for the squad. Florida, you need to go toe-to-toe with some really good players here, and you need to show up early. You don't want to let this get out of hand right off the bat.
Speaking about Clicks and Red Chase, they are the ones that kick things off for Chattanooga here, and already Red Chase, he's pushing the limits right here, forcing UCF back right there as he gets 2 more. Clicks going to get the kill over for his church as well, and now they're already looking to gain spawns for the next one with only 20 seconds on the clock for the one Central Florida. That they are not in a great spot to kick things off here, as the kill feed is just all blue pretty much.
And Megan, we're going to pick off any stragglers out here, and a bit of straggler. You're looking at Red Chase all the way in the back. Looking at pull spawns for Chattanooga. 53 uncontested seconds off the first hill. That is pure dominance. Red Chase strikes from behind. Click doubles down. You see a split kill feed, but it's still Chattanooga walking away with the majority of kills. You still have the spawns in the back for Florida, so off the respawns, you were able to reinforce that, pick up the kill, and Red Chase get back into this hill. But here comes the second wave out of UT Chattanooga. Click leading the way, slides on in, finds one. Red Chase keeps it tied up. It's a 1v1. Superior versus Megan, and Megan over the corner is going to find the kill to give Florida more time inside.
Well, 10 seconds on the clock already, but this time around the spawns are in favor of Chattanooga here. Now managed to get a couple of frags here, but still can't kill Megan just yet, and well, they survive again. Chris and God going to help them out as well, and the scrap should go their way. And now the fight for rotation begins, as UCF, they already have a lot of presence there, but keep your eyes peeled as Superior. He's in the back lines, should be able to get this first frag in the hill, but there are players behind him. Gets another one, and should be able to get the third one, and that's a clean sweep for them, and the collapse comes through.
Superior finds 3, and Florida are sent packing. Click already on pace, hunting these respawns. Good for 2. It's going to slow down Florida and lessen the lives that Chattanooga has to deal with when this wave comes through. 75-30. Still in this hill, still collecting time. Here they come. Megan out first. Slim gonna put them down. Superior looking to back up Red Chase inside this hill. Florida ever so slowly getting into things. A lot of time getting burned here, and Inflict. I mean, this is very indecisive at a UCF. By the time they're getting into this, these kills, they are so easy for Chattanooga. Red Chase flies on forward. Now all of a sudden, Tyler's the last one in, can't find the kill. So these last 15 seconds, they're all Chattanooga's.
Oh, Red Chase didn't see the player over the monument there, but his teammates from the right side, they are making some progress to hit the next hill. It is going to be Church. Tyler present, holding the sight lines down, going to be the first line of defense there as he takes Red Chase out. But now the push is trying to come, and Click's going to be the first one that gets a frag. Superior follows up as well, and now they have control. Red Chase going to make sure that nobody gets even close, and again a very easy collapse. On the side of Chattanooga, we get to see UCF, they are just falling apart, as even though they have the early rotation, they just can't hold on.
Been really the struggle so far. Red Chase bullies in. 3 go down again. The break was 25 seconds. Full streaks on Click as well, as he's on 7 in a row. Looking for a little bit more through the middle of the map, and he's running right down mid. Click catches Tyler looking the wrong way. finally going to drop after 8 consecutive kills, but look at how far this lead has been pushed. UT Chattanooga, there's a reason why they're one of the best in the CCL and we're one of the best in collegiate Call of Duty. It's because of games like this. Click 18-8, Red Chase 11-8, leading the squad in slays and leading lobby in slays as well. We have to head over to maps again. UCF, first one's here, but here come the bullies. Red Chase in for 2. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Superior can't find Eugenia. It's numbers to UCF here for this maps hill. They're going to be in for the early time at the moment.
Finally, some other control goes the way of UCF, but the question is whether they will be able to hold on or not. Chris and God does get to, but it's going to be Red Chase that's in the hill. Superior does try to help him out, but Megan will be the one that gets the final trade and will be able to hold on to the final 20 seconds just for the time being, though. But the contest is still coming in from Chattanooga. They want to grow this lead further with this scrap time. And now the fight fermentation kicks off as there are a couple of players present for UCF over towards P1, but they have all fallen except Megan, who manages to keep things intact for their team and now have some help alongside Eugenia as they make sure that they have this one locked in again earlier on.
We talked about this Inflict is constantly UCF first one to the hill and they hold on. Gonna struggle already, down 2 players. Here comes the rest of Chattanooga looking to slay on throw. Megan, the only one alive inside, gets back into the hill and Click hits the turn, wraps around. Putting up 21 now on board. The break comes early from Chattanooga, still 33 seconds to gain inside of this first hill. As you can see that off the respawn, UCF, they don't want all this time to be given all the way over to Chattanooga for free. Megan's going to be taking another swing at this. They find 2, make it 3 to open this one up. One last player to take care of into the hill, and you find your break. Megan's going to cook a nade. Great for Click to eat. But even still, Slim's going to hop back up, and he's going to find those 2 picks on the inside to hold things down for Chattanooga.
That pistol frag was very sweet, but right now the lead is even sweeter for Chattanooga. They have already hit the 200-point mark, just 37 points away from closing the map 1 out to begin with. Now, UCF again early control, but the collapse it seems like is coming in as Superior gets the first 2 frags. Megan in the back lines trying to hold on, but won't be able to do so for long as Slim takes them out. And again, the horde has just fallen apart. Superior getting those frags constantly. 3 kills do go the way of UCF, make that 4. They have finally broken into the hill, but how long can they keep this on for?
18-82. Down a whole 200 points. This would be a crazy comeback just like that map too, but here comes Superior. Opens up the hill, finds 3 in a row. Chattanooga collecting the last 10 seconds here. As you can take a look at the mini-map, you see UCF surging towards this Fountain Hill. But as they go, they're dropping like flies one by one. Slim picks off 2 in the rotation. Georgina's still here, but Click on the hunt's going to lock this one down. You have the rotations here for Chattanooga. You just need to hop into this hill and find 19 more seconds. Chattanooga on place to close this one off here, Inflict.
Just 10 more points is all they require. The final desperate push coming in from UCF, but 2 of them have already fallen. The closest one is going to be Chris on God. He gets taken out as well, and Megan is the last one alive, but they can't get in. And Chattanooga, a very quick map 1 to kick things off.
I mean, quick indeed. Quick, concise, and dominant from UT Chattanooga. I mean, this is what I was talking about. I mean, this team is a top 10 team inside of CCL power rankings, inside of collegiate COD in general, and they have the making to even be a top 5 team. A couple hiccups here and there, and this is a very strong roster if it does get fixed. And they're coming out, they're showing that this division is nothing to be afraid of. I talked to Click prior to this. He was talking to me about how he feels about the division, and he says that, honestly, they're not really afraid of a lot of these teams. I mean, the only one that they were afraid of were the Barry Bucks, and the Barry Bucks are long gone. They've dropped out of this league. So, I mean, this is just UT Chattanooga looking to get those reps in and keep it as dominant as they can to prove themselves to be one of the best inside collegiate Call of Duty. And with a game like that to open us up, 250 to 85, I mean, that says it all. So we head over to the Tuscan. That was UCF's map pick, and Chattanooga makes slight work of that. We're heading over to Bokar, Search and Destroy next, Inflict.
See, that's kind of a blind spot for me to talk about right now. UT, they clearly showed a lot of dominance in the map one. Of course, we thought that we had seen dominance from Utica earlier on in Tuscan Hardpoint, but well, we got corrected right there. But because if this is the composure that UT Chattanooga play with, then I'm expecting a very quick map too as well. But UCF, I'm not counting them out. We've clearly seen that teams can have separate game modes where they're good at. SNE, it has to be one of theirs, otherwise it might be a very quick 3-0.
It might be indeed. And Bokash, one thing to think about it. One thing that I've heard Bokash Search and Destroy get explained as, and it's a very interesting aspect to look at, is it's very decisive on where you're going to see those attacks come on through. The A site is definitely going to be where you're going to see early presence in. Sometimes you'll take a hit to B, and when that does happen, it's going to throw those defensive teams through a loop. But I mean, the defenders, they know where they need to set up. They know how they need to set up. The only thing is and this is what makes Bokash interesting, is that it's a relatively smaller map. You have 50% less room to move around and maneuver around to set up your defensive hold. So it's going to be interesting to see how the defenders really lock things down when it is going to be really tight gunfights.
Yeah, that was something that we saw in the Tuscan SND as well earlier on, where most pretty much 90% of the rounds teams were headed towards the A side. I believe there were only a couple of plans that went down over towards the B side. That's sort of the same with Bocage as well. The attackers are going to try to catch the defenders off guard, sort of here once they try to hit the B side. But again, as you mentioned, we're probably not going to see it as much unless it might as well just be a strategy to you kick things off with with a heavy swinger there, but you're gonna have
Exactly.
to wait and see what this matchup holds. But generally speaking, Chattanooga, especially Clicks, of course, because they mentioned great veterans. I'm gonna have to see what they bring to the table, especially in Bocage, because the MP40s can be very dominant, especially in Barn and the B2.
Oh, 100%. It could be dominant, in fact. And when we do see those B hits come through, I hope they're going to be successful, especially for if UCF are trying to throw Chattanooga through a loop, because you want to have that thought in your opponent's head that there's a potential that they go to B. There's still an option to go to that second site. So you want to make it look good when you do try to change things up. But let's hop into this. Map number 2, Bokash Search and Destroy. Chattanooga already off onto their attack with 2 kills. It's 4v2. Gina, Tyler, last alive. Now it's all up to Tyler, and he is far away from the action, all the way deep into enemy territory. Bomb goes down. 1v3.
Tyler, last one alive, has been spotted. Did take a few bullets, but is going to be able to take some out. Up in a 1 versus 3 clicks, should be able to spot them out. Ooh, didn't quite hit the bullets, but now this should be a very clean sweep as Red Chase takes them out. No, for a very clean first round from Chattanooga there to kick us off.
It's a pretty simple one. We did get to see the break off from Chattanooga. We hopped in there a little bit late. They find the first 2 kills. They take control of Grandma's. They slay out onto Gina. By the time they get that bomb down, their post plant was pretty solidified. So I want to see how UCF answer back into this inflict. It looks like they want to take a swing at A as well. But if you look at the minimap and you look at the presence towards B, Chattanooga, they have the option to just fly through the back of the map. You got to be careful if you're Jujina here. You're really deep into things. And yeah, Slim's going to find Jujina, and it's going to be first blood. And a lot of the map opens up all of a sudden. First on God. He's going to let him know that it's not over just yet. Bomb goes down 3v3.
Superior, he does get a trade, but to get traded out himself as well. 2v2, we're all tied up. Slim did spot a player out, is going to be able to get that frag onto them now. All down to Chris and God. He has been spotted as he shot a few bullets onto Slim, but the bomb is just very far from him, so he needs to run. He's in a hurry, but he won't be able to do much. The defuse even wasn't even going in, but the desperate times called for desperate measures.
2 quick rounds out of Chattanooga. And it's exactly what you're expecting after a dominant map number 1. I mean, the big question here as Inflict is Central Florida. What are they going to bring out? What changes are we going to see? I mean, last round, it was losing out on that first blood and second put you in a really tight situation. Would like to see them be a little bit more passive this time around. See if they can bait out Chattanooga, deny them of information, try to fish out a first blood, and then expand on that. We're watching to them do that, or we're going to be watching for them to do that. We are headed back to A. Bomb is being led by Superior.
Chattanooga. They have again already very quick succession to gain the A side there, but UCF this time around they're showing some earlier resistance, although it isn't going in their favor as Red Chase has taken the first frag, but Christ God is going to get that trade as well. The bomb has gone down to Judina, waiting right outside the bomb room. Not gonna give any information out just yet. He's waiting for the build up that's coming in from the side of Crescent God and Tyler. They're on sort of a flank here, but over towards the middle, it is going to be Superior that awaits them. The timing does not go Eugenia's way, but it is still tied up. 2 versus 2. Tyler did spot another player out, wasn't able to get that frag, but Superior, he might get a perfect timing to get one frag, did spot out the other one as well, but wasn't able to finish things off. 9 seconds,
There's
and
no time.
this should be done and dusted as Chattanooga. They have just wasted enough of the clock.
You know, Chris finds the kill. 4 in a row, you know, typical numbers, but you lose the round. 3 in a row for Chattanooga, putting them in a very hefty lead to start off this map number 2. And I mean, what is it? It's off that early plant. You know, I like the adaptations out of UCF. You get that flank to come into fruition through the middle of the map. It's just too late. By the time it hits, it's slow to the draw. It's slow to the execution. And by the time you get to that bomb, I mean, you saw Chris, he had no time to work with. So, I mean, I would like to see them keep up with those adaptations just next time around a little bit faster, right through the middle of the map as they want to pick up the pace, but Red Chase stuck in a side door. He's going to peek on out. He finds not only Chris, but Megan as well.
Just perfect reads overall from Chattanooga. Click's going to take Tyler out as well, and it seemed like the UCF, the arrangements that they had made to sort of counter Chattanooga, they've just gone in the bin. This Gegina, last one alive, up against 4, spotted as well, won't be able to do much. And another very clean round from Chattanooga, but you know it's not over until it's over. That's what we saw from the SND earlier on as well.
I mean, this Chattanooga squad looks like the real deal. Inflict. That's what I was trying to like kind of hype up to this. This is a good team. So by all means, I mean, Central Florida, I mean, you're losing 4-0, but I mean, this is a hard squad to play against. The adaptations have been there. Central Florida, they just need to be a little bit more cautious with it next time around. A little bit cautious with some proactivity on the board. A mix of both. It's tough to do, but if you can get that recipe to success, you will start finding some rounds around Chattanooga. Georgina, that's a nice start. And Megan takes the heads-up opening to not just find 1, but 2 through the middle of the map. Finds Red Chase and Superior, and that's going to leave Slim alone in a 1v4. Now 1v3.
The changes have worked out for UCF so far. Slim, the last one alive, he knows there's a player close by. At least he senses him, but Gegina, actually ends up falling there. So 1 versus 2 here. Picks up the MP40. This is very much possible. The bomb, although has been dropped near the A side, but 30 seconds on the clock. Does have some time to work with, but both of the players from UCF, they're stacked. They're just guarding the bomb at this point.
Slim. He could do it. 19 seconds. Time's against you. 1v2. Both players are going to be in here, but Chris he says no. Inside of Grandma's, 2 of them meet, and it's bedtime for UT Chattanooga. Central Florida, they're going to smack it around onto the board, and all of a sudden, it's not so flawless that you thought it would be, Chattanooga. There is a bite. And what is it? It's off of 2 big openings. Georgina to find the first blood, and Megan to find 2 to follow up on that one. 2 players who didn't have a kill going into that round. Everybody shows up from Central Florida inside that round to put themselves on the board. Now, what are we going to see off their attack? It seems like they're going back to A, but leaving Georgina alone on an island to watch the late flank.
They might be right about it though, because Slim, he is over towards that area, although he's not giving away any movements, but he might be interested in doing so later on. But for the time being, though, the head-on and head engagements are going in the favor of UCF as the Red Chase falls to the hands of a Megan again. The bomb is gonna go down. 3 versus 4 for the retake. Blake's just holding this one. Might be able to get the kill. Never mind. The
Oh,
player
no
did
way.
manage to get out. Oh no.
Megan, are you going to
No.
check it? Megan doesn't see it.
Megan
Click.
didn't.
Oh, my God, Click. I know you are that guy, but I didn't know you were that guy. He hops the
Megan
bomb
didn't
and nobody
see-
even checks it. I mean, Megan was looking right at him. I know it's hard to tell because we can see x-rays through the wall and the players cannot, but I'm pretty sure there was like a hand showing something.
There was a barrel. There was a barrel.
The barrel of the gun, whatever you see. I mean, that is heartbreaking for Central Florida. But who else but Click? He is that guy to do that, especially. He's probably feeling good about it, too. A little bit of chuckles around the board, and that's going to put him on map point.
Such a ballsy play to get to the map point there, but this time around, they're talking about ballsy things. UT Chattanooga, they're already in their spawn. Click's going to be the one that gets the first frag over towards the middle. The bomb site control already gained. No one even close from UCF. They're all split apart, so trade potential isn't available just yet. A Superior outguns Eugenia there, and only 2 players remaining for UCF to retake the site here.
Bomb's going down. Chris on God's in a fantastic spot. Nice shots on the Superior. Evens us up. Even Steven at 2. And Click residing top attic. Player number 1, Slim. Quite disconnected, but in a good spot. In through the door. Tyler Click. Oh, on the ground. Hops back up. Says good night, Tyler. Hello, 1v2. 23 seconds. Last one alive. Chris on God finds the kill. I think he saw Slim as well. He should be ready for this gunfight. It's pistol v pistol. Chris gonna hop up top. 17 seconds. Plenty of time to dance, but he slips the line. And he's gonna get right back into this. Just burning the clock off there. He just has to wait for the right time to slide on in, find the kill, and put away Bokosh. Map 2. Chattanooga. They're gonna be headed up 2-0.
That was a quick one. UCF, they did change up a few things. Ended up getting that first round on their board, but the one that they lost afterwards, the 5th one for UT Chattanooga, clicks that ninja defuse. It was just heartbreaking, really. Afterwards, I'm not even sure if UCF they even want to try to make a comeback, because at that point you're just questioning yourself. How did we lose that?
I mean, you don't. It's like the Full Sail. You don't normally see players go for plays like that, but you normally see it happen. But it happened, and now you're down 2-0. You know, it was a very dominant first 2 maps out of UT Chattanooga, and you're adding into this control. If you're UCF, you need to wipe the memory of those first 2 games. Clean slate. Map number 3. It's your map pick on Tuscan as well. So you come into this and a different team, you know, new level, back together as a squad of 4. I'm looking at teamwork, especially in a control game mode. This is where lives are a big factor. You need to be working together. You have the same objective as capturing a hard point. You need 3 segments in each, but you only have 30 lives to work with in particular. So you see how good Chattanooga is at slaying out Inflict. When you're looking at it control, UCF, they need to be playing a lot more conservative.
And I guess the only solution right now for UCF is to playing some sort of mind games. You know, make sure that Chattanooga they don't have the opportunity to stay at one side. Whenever you're attacking, you just make them going back and forth between A and B while you're trying to just fake it. And at the end, you manage to get a couple of frags, and behind it, you get a few segments, and you just constantly keep on rotating and keep UD Chattanooga guessing where the players are. And that seems to be the only solution to how great the slaying from Chattanooga is. So UCF, mind games are probably your best solution, but we're going to have to wait and find out what they really have to offer. Again, as you mentioned, it's their map pick. They must have something in their bag.
They must have something indeed. So, I mean, let's bring this out. It's kind of a whole bunch of slow things on what we're going to see. You know, slaying, teamwork, you know, patience as well into a control. I saw it earlier in Challenger's stream as well. What's going on in the elites right now is that a lot of these teams with this veteran capabilities are showing how patient they are. to these attacks inside of a control. You know, you have time to work with. You have some openings that you can find to just draw out the enemy. So if you're patient, something will present itself. You just need to strike at the right moments. And for this UCF squad, this very well could be your way back into the series. You find a map win here, you ride the high of a win against a team like UT Chattanooga, you very might well just pull yourself back to a Game 5. You just need to find it now. You need to make it look good. Tuscan Control, it's not the easiest map to do that. As any control map in Vanguard, I'm saying that like there's plenty of them. I mean, Gava 2 Tuscan, it doesn't matter what you go to for a control map. It's going to be hard. Especially when you get that A site under control, the B site a lot harder to attack. If you're looking at UCF, you're going to need to see some camaraderie come out and some superstar performances.
Yeah, talking about superstar performances, that's what we've been seeing constantly from Red Chase and Clicks. You mentioned them earlier on as well. The veterans of UT Chattanooga, of course, they have been constantly the ones that kicks things off for Chattanooga in the SND, in the hardpoint. They're the first ones to get the frags, to find the opening for their team. Except a couple of frags, I'm pretty certain it was just Clicks going wild on the map in Bocage in the prior map.
No, and I mean, Bocage is a completely separate setting to Tuscan. Tuscan's a lot bigger, you know? You have more room to maneuver. You have more opportunities to play more fundamentally. And in fact, you might be looking to play your type of game mode. A lot of teams they come in, they look at a team like UT Chattanooga, a very high, well-versed team in UT Chattanooga, and you're afraid, but you need to just look at this. This is another squad of guys. You know, this is another team of people just like you, practice just like you. You know, you go to school just like you are right now, and they do bleed. They're not flawless. They're not perfect. You need to get this one under control if you're UCF and realize that you need to play your game as a team. So let's hop into this game number 3. Let's hop in and take a look at Tuscan Control, because this is going to be a big statement if UCF can come back as well as that. But UT Chattanooga, on the opposite side, they're just looking to make it as business as usual.
Again, a lot of presence from UCF over towards in the Monument area. They are trying to gain. They have stacked the A side to begin with, but there is sort of a flank coming in from the side of Chattanooga. It is going to be Clicks that finds the first frag to kick things off. Superior follows up, Clicks with another one, and all the control that UCF had has just been taken away from them. Red Chase even hitting the spawn, and now UCF, they've been forced to hit the B side. Although they have a lot of presence here, but there's a player in the Mac lines. It is going to be Red Chase, so that flank could prove to be very big for them, but another segment gained for UCF to kick things off.
Red Chase, just peeking for an opportunity in there. Still, Central Florida, they have 2 ticks of progression and 2 segments completed over towards the B zone. Something you don't normally see happen, but when Chattanooga, near flawless breakoff over at A, a little bit of a fumble for progression towards B, but you are in a solid position right now, especially when your lives are still continuing to grow over the UCF. 23-20 as Brisson God does find 2 throughout the middle. He's on 4 in a row. You gotta not feed it. You can't feed him streaks, but I mean, if you do, UCF, you're gonna be in a very comfortable position. Back onto the B zone. Megan went, not with his son in hand. Click's gonna find that one. You're down to 50 seconds, but it was UCF who, off the heads-up play of respawning going to A, they're going to stack it, capture it, and add another minute to that clock.
And that minute is going to be very crucial for them. As you were talking about earlier, patience could be the game for them to win this one here. They only need to win one more segment, and that will be the round win for them. They have a lot of time on the clock for this. They could play this as patiently as they like, but they are rushing into things, and it's making them pay. They have already lost 8 lives more than Chattanooga here, and Chattanooga, they're just not slowing down. Look at Clicks. He's just running around, flying in the air. They're getting as many frags as he can, and the same goes with the rest of the squad as Red Chase and Slim. They take one more to their name as well. Now, this time around, CSC, they're trying to have a different approach to this. They're trying to hit the Monument area, but behind them comes Red Chase as he denies their entrance. Chris and God will get the trade, but the damage has already been dealt.
It is Click on 6 in a row. He's going to have a strafing run as well. Let's see if you can get that Goliath bomb, because that is going to be something that you want for the later end rounds. Oh, he does one better. Stuffs that barrel right into Tyler's chest. Says, here, give me 8 in a row. We're about to kick up the gear. 3 lives remaining for UCF. Click on 9 in a row inside the control. Crazy numbers at that. With 2 players remaining on UCF, you're looking at Chattanooga to put this round in the books. And do it with a considerable life lead as well. Tyler Lau, the last alive. Manages to walk away with 2, but 19 seconds left. The 1v13. I mean, this is impossible. This is impossible to make happen. He's going to get cleaned up by the cleanup crew. And that's a big life lead as well for UT Chattanooga, winning out on round number 1. It's something to talk about, that the ticks of progression is not what decides a round 5 defense. It will be the lives that decides a round 5 defense. As that tick of progression update has not come in, and it won't come in for a couple more weeks, I'd say. So we're still stuck on the lives. And UT Chattanooga have a whole lot of lives over UCF.
A whole lot of lives, and I believe a set of streaks as well to work with, so everything's going in their favor right now. UCF, they did manage to get quite a few segments to begin with, but they just couldn't follow up. And well, Chattanooga, again, they want to secure their second round twice in a row here. Slim making sure that nobody even gets close to him and doesn't even deny any engagements whatsoever. Red Chase in the back lines, though he could prove to be very deadly. Oh, and execution. Don't do this to them.
Oh no,
this
Red
is just a
Chase.
massacre.
Red Chase doing him dirty right now. Chris had God selling for the contention, but not realizing that Chris is already in the back line. Patience from Red Chase finds Megan looking the wrong way. Last segment being collected from Slim towards the A zone. Looking to push another minute onto this clock as they are making it look good. It's Click 16 and 6. Is going to drop to Tyler, but I mean, you said it yourself last round. The damage has been done, and I think that's laying true here off the break-off for UT Chattanooga inside the start of this offense. 26 lives to 19, 2 minutes and 10 seconds to work with. And a whole lot of gun skill that is taking you to different heights. Click's going to find a third. They're going to hop onto the B zone, and they are going to be looking now to slay out these respawns for UCF.
UT, they're just not allowing any space for UCF to work with, really. There are a couple of gaps where the players from UCF do enter, like Chris and Colin and Megan constantly. They push those gaps, but the trades are just so efficient from Chattanooga that they can't capitalize on it too much. Again, though, this time around, UCF, they have held Chattanooga off for the time being, but Slim is going to be the one that kicks things off again for the retake here. A minute and 30 seconds on the clock. They have 10 life. Let's make that 9 life advantage to work with as well. Chris on God further trying to decrease it, but Clicks, as long as this man's alive in your base, it's going to get worse.
Minute 10. 8 life lead. Megan's going to find Click. But slow down Chattanooga for now. Megan's going to find 2 as well. Finally dropping, but that's a big 2. To open up the doors for UCF to have a little bit of an exit strategy. 54 seconds, 15 lives to 8. Megan starting to tally up some kills for herself. It's keeping Chattanooga in check for now, but here comes another hit. Slim, with the help of Red Chase, can find Megan inside this church. The screen needs go for this flight of Chattanooga into the back line off the respawn. Central Florida, they do have a crossfire, but is it good enough to slow things down? No, that nade from Chris on God. It is going to find Click, but it finds Megan as well. So Slim looking to take this opportunity to push up aggressively, try to find some more players, but that was a nice shoulder thrown from Chris to allow Megan to double back and take him out. 14 seconds left, no respawns. Is this doable?
It is doable, but the time on the clock is against Chattanooga here. Only 5 seconds to go, and they need to get in the hill, which they cannot. And it seems like UCF, they've done it. They actually end up winning their first round of control and tying things up right off the bat.
I mean, how many times do we see that in Vanguard as a whole? The B site, it's hard to capture the B zone. No matter who you are, no matter what you have. No matter what advantage you have accumulated off of the breakoff towards A. I mean, Click, he's 22 and 12. And they still weren't able to make this sound happen. UCF, they dig deep. They take their first round here. And it's also off of some big plays out of Chris and Megan. Make that one happen. Off the break off, we're looking at the A zone right away. All 4 players here for UCF. You can see Chattanooga setting up for the rebreak. Click, finds the opening. One going to be down, goes for the pre-fire as well, but it's just a call for the rest to fly on in. Chris, good for 1 at that. He's going to fall all superior. Is going to be 1 of 3 players to find those kills to shut out the A zone. Only giving up 2 ticks of progression as well.
Alright, Chase, he was trying to set up a flank, but will get denied. Superior has hopped onto the B hill. The glide bomb won't be able to get a kill. I believe Tyler was. Wait, I don't know how that kill didn't go through, but never mind about it. The A hill should be captured as there are 2 players stacked on it, but the real struggle, as you mentioned earlier on, begins right now. It's going to be the B side, where everybody seems to fail. Earlier on, it was UCF who failed in the first round, then Chattanooga. Once again, though, it's up to UCF to make sure that they capture it in order to gain a lead against a very dangerous Chattanooga.
Georgina finds 2. That's a solid opening. You're going to be aware of player number 5 up top. Be tough one. Top of the clock in the mid-50. Here comes the retaliation from Chattanooga. Inside, Slim's going to go down. Still pinstripe kill feed. It's going to keep UCF away from the hill for a few seconds, but only a few seconds at that. 20 lives to 16, minute 42. This is a tough one to break for sure. Chattanooga, they also have streaks to work with, so you got to keep that in the back of your mind.
Clicks still has that strafing on to work with, but without that, the MP40 is dangerous all on his own, as he's found 2 already over towards church. There is a Megan in the back line, so could potentially do some damage, but Clicks, his map awareness is on point. Spotted out a Megan there, but manages to stay alive for the time being. So everybody from UCF is actually in Chattanooga's baseline right there. Clicks going to be the one that gets the first frag. Slim follows up as well. And the situation is starting to look worse and worse as time passes by for UCF, as they have given up their life advantage as well.
50 seconds. Oh, Red Chase finds 2. That's going to slow UCF to a halt. You see, pick up where Red Chase left off. Click. Taking down Megan through P1. Gotta go back to the drawing board and down by 4 lines. And funneling on into a bottleneck choke from Chattanooga. Slim's going to be here with crossfire of Click. UCF, they haven't gone just yet. Looks like they want to pump the brakes, set up a little bit of a pinch, but when they do come out to play, it's going to be a full setup from Chattanooga that greets them at the doorstep and shuts them down in that way. 14 seconds remaining. Chattanooga looking to go back into the lead here on control.
Megan is the only one in the back lines with 5 seconds. They need to hop on the hill. They have managed to get 2 kills, but it's contested right now. Will eventually fall. And Chattanooga answer right back as they secure the second round in their favor. Earlier on, again, this is the same thing. We're moving in circles again. Teams managed to get the A side very easily, not much struggle. They even have life advantage to work with afterwards, more than 5 lives actually. But as soon as it heads over towards the B area, everyone just seems to fall apart.
I mean, it's just all at one. You see one player from UCF fall, the rest soon to follow. As soon as Red Chase slips into the enemy line undetected, he's always good for 1, maybe 2. And when it's not Red Chase, it's Click. And even at that, you get to the hill, and Slim's been picking you apart. He's on 4 in a row as well, and might be having a little bit of a quiet game, but that's because you don't need to have a loud game. Red Chase and Click are here to do that, and they are not slowing down at any sense of the field. Off the rip, it's going to be a break off towards B, something that is definitely uncharacteristic, and it's going to catch UCF by surprise. And Click lining him up and putting him down. Top Church, he's going to find a full 4 in a row. Second tick going to be underway towards that B segment, and UT Chattanooga, they are looking to get rid of this round fast.
It seems Chattanooga have sort of found a solution to the problem of the B side. It's just to hit the B side first, gain control of it, no matter how many lives you end up losing. For the time being, though, they've only lost 3. Already a man advantage to work with. Make it even better. Clicks is just not missing his shots right now. Megan does take Superior out, but still the presence is heavy from the side of Chattanooga.
Somebody trade this guy!
They can't.
42 and 18. Click's having a game. I talked to him earlier. He was ready to go against this squad, and he is not stopping. 7 in a row, 43 and 18. Click's doing it all. The A zone, the B zone. Chattanooga is everywhere. Click's gonna meet Chris, and Click. Oh my god, this Volk. I know Fishy showed this thing on his good, but I didn't know it was that good. He's just ripped him apart towards B, and that A zone, it is going fast. Here comes the hammer from Click as well. Gonna be dropping that glide bomb in just to slow down these players of Central Florida and allow more progression to come over at the A zone. And at all of this, I mean, you look at the damage that has been done in Flick, 20 lives to 11. Chattanooga, they have dropped UCF in the blender.
Oh, Clicks has managed to sneak through once again. They think Christian God is looking in the back for the right side, but Clicks managed to just get the right timing, and now he's in the back lines again. Does manage to get one before Christian God takes him out, but as you mentioned, 9 life advantage for Chattanooga to work with, even though they have a lot of time on the clock as well. They could just try to get the picks, and that should be enough damage for them to close out the map and the series here.
Only 2 more waves to wipe out, and Chattanooga are going to sweep UCF in our match number 2. 6 lives remaining. I mean, how good is your B hit UCF? We saw earlier in the major this weekend, Optic, they were able to do it, but that's Optic. This is UCF. 2 very different squads. Here comes Chattanooga. Out the gates. Megan's good for 1. Detroit's going to come through. It's a 2 for 1 to open things up, and Chattanooga towards the B zone. No respawns remaining for the rest of the UCF players. Here comes Chattanooga knocking on the door. Clicks in the spawn, and he is shutting them down. 2 players make it 1. Clicks doing it all again. He's on pace for a 50 bomb. Only 1 player left, and it's going to be Megan right through the front door. Megan's still in this to win this. Not going to give up just yet, but with them on the B zone, it's going to force Megan to get into this zone and get in here fast as well. Slim, you're going to fall. Still the B zone. It's going away. Megan can't get there in time, and UT Chattanooga are going to win this one out in a 3-0 sweep.
Oh, Chattanooga, they were the pure definition of dominance right there. You know, they slipped away for 1 round, but they made sure that they didn't make the same mistake again. Earlier on, they put a lot of pressure over towards the B side. Yeah, you gained a massive life advantage to begin with. Had a couple of segments in there already. Then they shifted their attention towards the A side, where it seemed like UCF, they were just not even contesting it. They just had kills going back and forth over towards the middle, but Chattanooga got the A area for free. Then it just all came down to the kills. You know, as soon as they managed to get 1 wave off, there were about 5 lives remaining, and afterwards it was just a clean thing for Chattanooga to finish us off.
It was clean indeed. I mean, from start to finish, we talked about how good this team is, and just because they're ready to go for things like this. When I saw UT Chattanooga form this team going into the 2022 year, when we saw Red Chase and Click coming together out here, you know, you pick up Slim, you pick up Superior, you're looking to kind of get things underway as a full core 4. You know, you saw the making of a strong team, and games like this are what show me that this team has what it takes to be one of the best in collegiate Call of Duty. So coming out here, making slim work of UCF and getting the job done relatively easy. I mean, nothing really to point out from UT Chattanooga that was really showing me that they need to make some changes.
Yeah, UCF, although it's different from them. You know, they definitely have to go back to the drawing board. They have to look over things, because nothing, generally speaking, looked clean from them. Of course, in SND, I guess you could give it to them that some changes that they made mid-map were pretty good, but as soon as the Ninja Diffuse came in, the map was end right there.
We're going to get everything underway for this interview. It's going to be Red Chase to join us in the booth. But before we get that, a little bit of a break. When we come back, we're going to have another face on the desk. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back. We got Red Chase on the desk for the interview. And look at, he's got the team behind him as well. Congratulations on the win. You guys looked lights out, Red Chase.
Oh yeah, you know, we knew this match wasn't gonna be really hard for us, so we just kind of came in confident, kind of shooting a little bit bots before, but yeah.
For sure. I mean, you look at the division. I talked to Click prior to this as well. It seemed like you guys are pretty smooth sailing throughout your division, but I mean, throughout that, is there anything you're trying to get under wraps with your team before playoffs happens?
Not really. I guess we're trying to play a little bit more, expand our map pool for, I guess, the CCL, because we have been playing certain maps in the CCL, and we're trying to just expand that map pool here at NACE, so that's what we're gonna try to do.
For sure. And I mean, coming into this roster, I mean, I know that you yourself, a veteran inside collegiate Call of Duty, have you found any troubles transitioning to Chattanooga, you know, throughout the year?
I guess at the beginning, because everyone was kind of new, we didn't really know each other, but then we started to vibe out, and it's been really fun since. And we practice every single day, and you can see the facility behind us that we play in, and it's really good vibes here at Chattanooga.
Oh, looks nice. Looks nice out there. Looks like you guys are definitely having a good time. But I mean, when it does come to playoff, I mean, especially here in the varsity league, I know you guys have your eyes on the CCL for sure. You're just trying to get your reps in here. But I mean, anybody you're looking forward to playing so far inside the varsity league?
I guess we're trying to play Penn State, because we have a little, they beat us in the CXP, and so we play them next week or the week after for CCL. But we look forward to playing them, and then I guess every other decent team to prove ourselves. So.
For sure. I mean, just one step at a time, but I'm not going to hold you for too long. I mean, it was a quick win in the night. I'm sure you guys want to go celebrate, but before I let you go, anything you'd like to say to the stream, to anybody watching?
Yo, go Power C. Go support Chattanooga in the basketball March Madness. Shout out to the boys for making it.
For sure. For sure. Go check that one out, everybody. Thanks for coming on, Red Chase. Have a great night, you guys.
You too. Thank you.
Well, folks, it does look like we are going to head to another break while we get things going for our next series. We're going to have another face joining me on the broadcast as well. It's going to be Artie coming in to join me for the last two matches of the night. And while we get things going, like I said, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, you're going to see the Call of Duty Varsity League. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Varsity League. My name is Seymour. Alongside me, joining me on the desk now is Artie. How are you doing today?
Hello, I am doing fantastic. We are watching some absolutely incredible college COD today. That was a pretty fun match there. We watched just now Central Florida versus Chattanooga. And, well, I can't say that my predictions are still standing correctly for this bracket. But, hey, who knows with the next two matches we got lined up. We got West Virginia University. This is West Virginia University, Potomac State College. Don't get them confused. Which one is on your bracket?
Oh, well, I am going to talk about that in a minute. But before we get to this match, and before we dive into things, Artie, we're going to talk to the people about Ground News. Ground News is home to over 180,000 mindful news readers who use their industry-first coverage analysis tool to adopt a balanced news diet. The Ground News community is home to people from across the political spectrum, no small feat in an increasingly divided world. Here at NACE Starleague, we want you to be a part of this community too. Check out Ground News online or download the app available on Google Play and the Apple Store. If you're interested, check out Ground News, everybody. They do have a lot to talk about over there, but we have a lot to talk about here as well, as you were highlighting too. Another game to look at, WVU versus West Virginia Potomac State. We're going head-to-head with these two inside the Eastern Conference, and I'm excited. You asked who I have coming out on top with this for my predictions. I think I got WVU on this one. I've seen them before, and they don't look like a bad squad whatsoever. They're coming in here at 2-4, but I have a lot of stocks in this team. I know I've seen Swiro and Bruford play together quite often, and those two are quite the hefty duo.
Sounds like it. I mean, Potomac State College, they are in here at a 3-3 record, so they want to show up, they want to show off, and they want to prove that they deserve the spot here, other than their big brothers without the, college insignia right there. They might both be West Virginia universities, but only one is going to come out on top in this conference.
Oh, exactly. And, we take a look at the series that's laying ahead of us in the maps and modes, Artie. It's going to be an interesting one because, it's quite normal when you're looking at things when we do pick up the maps and take a look at it, because we got Tuscan Berlin, and a Desert Siege to close this one out. So a lot of back and forth with Tuscans and Berlins. But if we reach that Desert Siege, that map number 5 all the way through this best of 5, it's going to be an interesting one. I do like seeing Desert Siege come out to play.
I hope we get to see that today, because Desert Siege, especially S&D on Desert, is honestly one of the most dynamic games. But before we get there, we got to get through some Hardpoint on Tuscan. And to be honest, Tuscan Hardpoint, probably one of the better Hardpoint maps. I do prefer Tuscan on Hardpoint versus Control, and God forbid you ever play Search and Destroy on Tuscan. But Hardpoint is definitely one of those that could be hit or miss depending on the map. But Tuscan is just chef's kiss.
Wait, you don't like going to the A site over and over and over again?
There's a B site on Tuscan?
So, some teams, I think they forget about that. But we are going to be going to Berlin for the Search and Destroy in that map number 2. And it is going to be a change of pace. Maybe not so much in the dynamic of trying to hit one bomb site, but it is going to be quite different in the way that you're going to be setting up. You look at that one to be more dominant towards the B side of the map. You get that early plant in, set up back warehouse. You get rid of the doors, and you have those ARs set up in a very comfortable situation. So it's going to be an interesting first 2 maps what we get out of it. It's a lot of similarities between Tuscan and Berlin, but at the same time, it is a Search and Destroy for the map number 2. So you are going to be looking to slow this one down if you win it. Let's not stray too far away though, Artie. Tuscan Hardpoint, it is where we're going to be it's where we're going to for this first map. So What are you looking at inside of this? I mean, it is a fan favorite. You're right. I do love this map, but I mean, what makes it such a favorite?
So when it comes to Hardpoint, Berlin on Hardpoint, right, is a map that you have to have a little bit of harder angles, a little bit of longer strifes here. Tuscan, though, on Hardpoint, you're talking MP40 meta. You're talking everybody using the same two guns they've been using since release. SCG-44, MP40. It's still viable, and for some reason, College COD has not strayed away from that yet. So I think that that's probably going to be my expectation for this, but I'm hoping to get proven wrong, so we have something interesting to watch today.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you're definitely going to be looking at that, auto MP40 lineup, the AR SMG. It's going to be the same thing, just two for two on either side. Unlike a Bokosh, where you will see a triple SMG setup, or a Gavitu where you see a triple AR, it is more of a fundamental map, just like that Berlin. So when it comes down to it, it is going to offer, a very fundamental pacing to it, a fundamental rhythm to it when you are getting in through hardpoint to hardpoint. But I mean, when you do get into things, I mentioned this to Inflict earlier on into our cast. I mean, this is an SMG paradise. You are going to be looking at those players to provide, a lot of pressure. The rotations are going to be important, and when it does come down to it, you want to make sure that your SMGs are always on pace with that rhythm, making sure that you're rotating early, finding your one-on-ones, winning them. It's a very important thing, let me tell you, especially in Call of Duty. And if you get your SMGs on fire, you are going to find a well-versed map here inside Tuscan.
For sure. I think that, with Hardpoint especially, it's all about trades and finding those trades. And these two teams here, they are at similar standings-ish, right? Potomac State, a little bit better standing than West Virginia University, but I think that whoever can kind of set the pacing for this one here is going to be able to show us up for probably a good old-fashioned 3-1 today.
We're going to be looking at that. Let's hop into things here. Map number 1 between Potomac State and West Virginia, not Potomac State. Don't worry about what we have up top right. I'm sure we'll fix that later on. But already off the break off, look at WVU. Uncontested so far inside this first hill. You can see Potomac State struggling to get out from their spawn. Finally, a flurry of kills. Well, one from Valley onto Swiro, and you do see an open opportunity to get in for the contention. What does West Virginia have for you? Well, Bruford and Mr. Toxic, they have it on lock. They have the crossfire, and it's going to be 3 down to hold things on for 32 uncontested seconds to what WVU.
This is not getting traded at all by Potomac, and as much as they try, they are just going to have to wait for the next one here. Although we are watching as West Virginia is already getting towards that rotate. Looks like Potomac will have an upper hand. They will be able to stick on that early rotation, but West Virginia University, they're going to be biding their hard-earned time. They earned 40 seconds of it. They're going to use that to regroup and regenerate here, and it looks like it is starting to work out for them. They are almost about to retake the site here as Potomac comes up on a 13-point lead here. I'm sorry, not a 13-point lead, but 13 points on the board. West Virginia still up by 20-point lead at this moment in time, and unfortunately did not look like they got around that corner. We see Kill just holding off right there, and Ethan is going to do some work for Western Virginia, but unfortunately for Ethan, that little bit of work is not going to amount to much if you can't get rid of Kill, holding that corner, not letting anyone come through.
On the rotations, WVU, they're going to be the first ones to the fountain. This could be a money hill. Get this set up properly.
It's like West Virginia is actually able to hold down that rotate there.
Potomac State trying to get from one map to the other quite considerably fast, not allowing WVU to set things up, but already here and already with the numbers advantage. Nice shots from Bruford, set up in the back. You see the pinch forming as well through Vines. Clem's going to catch Bruford looking the wrong way, and when the King's kills ring through, Potomac State actually find 3 in a row to get that break. They're going to hop onto the side. It's only a 20-point lead, so that is a big moment right there from Potomac State, not allowing the lead from WVU to get too big.
Exactly. Potomac has this chance right now to flip the script, and it looks like they will be able to kill, picking up a nice double of his own name there, but unfortunately gets taken out right by Bruford, who managed to pick up a double with a grenade as well. That being said, Potomac does end up going in the lead just before the hard point switches, but West Virginia takes it back. So West Virginia is going to be able to end out this point with a slightly, slight advantage. Unfortunately for Potomac State, though, they will be trying to hold on this early rotation. They're not going to be able to stick on it for very long here. They get caught in a little bit of a crossfire outside the building, trying to swarm up and regroup together. But as of right now, it is just hard contested.
Here comes WVU on the outside. They find the kills in for the contention. Bruford clears out Clem. The break's going to come through. Still West Virginia in the lead. 80-71, albeit it is a small one. It's a lead nonetheless. Potomac State, they don't want to give up this time uncontested, so they are going to be taking another swing at this. Kill and Clem leading the charge around the outside. It's a split kill feed until Ethan splits the difference. And Bruford does one better, closes the door on this attack. 17 seconds to play for it. Swiro's putting the nail in to collect the rest.
Beautiful moves here by West Virginia, just not letting Potomac State get any sort of headroom here. Now, Potomac State, they are not just sitting and taking this, right? They are actively pushing up against West Virginia, but West Virginia is just so hard baked into this site right now. Potomac State, finally, they're able to get it started a little bit in this early rotation, but they just keep losing one trade after another without picking anything up in their places. So we see West Virginia now on the contest. As soon as West Virginia wins this one, not going to be contested anymore, and it'll be their point generator now.
Full forward town. This is the setup you're looking for. 31 seconds to collect inside of maps. You take a look at the minimap, you can see that Potomac State all funneling in from one angle. As you can see, Bruford gets the early information, finds a kill. Not a second, though, and the information is going to be here for the rest of them to come in tumbling. 3 go down for Potomac State, leaving Clem all alone to take a swing at this hill. But Mr. Tox is going to collect that kill, and all of a sudden, I mean, Artie, you are looking at the second set, and you're going to look for the rotation here if you're Potomac State.
Absolutely. The rotation here towards this outer point right now, it's holding on with your life if you're Potomac State. Now, we have all 3 set up on the site with 1 lurking around the outside. That lurk will grant them a kill here, but from Church, West Virginia gonna regroup in just a moment here. That will give Potomac State just about 10 to 15 seconds of extra points here, but again, once West Virginia regroups, they come in and they retake the site with grace. Valley and Clem doing what they can to hold it off, and Clem does manage to pick up a double kill. Valley gets taken out instead. Will still be Potomac holding on for this hard point with dear life. Now, West Virginia does pick up a double. It is traded out immediately. We are down to a 1v1 on the site right now. As Valley goes down, this is West Virginia's time to start gaining points on what should have been Potomac's entire run on that hard point. Now, we see on West Virginia, looking at Bruford already on that rotation. Potomac State doesn't even have a chance with this next one over in P2.
You have the early setup, but you still have a player in undetected inside your spawn, Bruford. Gonna be spoiling the fun for you where you thought you're gonna have that early setup. Bruford not only good for 1, he's good for 2, and it's all of a sudden 3 down for Potomac State. Clem trying to scrape something together here through the alley. He's gonna have a player up to respawn to help him out, but Clem's gonna fall. Leaving Kill now all alone inside of this hill. Manages to find a second onto Mr. Proxic, so a big turnaround here for Potomac State, keeping West Virginia out of this hill for now, but albeit, I mean, at the same time, Artie, it's still a relatively large lead for WVU, and with control of this hill, Swiro's just going to put this farther.
Absolutely. West Virginia holding on right now in towards short, and honestly, we just see Potomac realizing that they just have to dip off this point before they even have a chance. We saw the early rotations before the point even appeared on the map. They're on their way to P3, but so is Mr. Toxic. Mr. Toxic does end up getting taken out by Valley now, which means Potomac State, this is another chance. However, Potomac State is running out of those. Every single time we see them get set up, they're only able to hold it for about half, maybe 60 to 65% of the hard point before West Virginia comes back. This time wasn't even half before West Virginia was able to take points. We just see Potomac getting picked off 1 by 1, and then West Virginia just scoops in, takes the points away from them, and resets and does it again.
For the early setup, last time Potomac were quick to the break. This time around, it's going to be a lot harder. Bruford finds 2, 1 with the pistol, a third out of Ethan. It is going to keep Potomac State tumbling on in 1 by 1. Basic goes down, and off spawn, Swiro putting them in the grave. Hold 221 to the 122 of Potomac State, and already looking forward, West Virginia, they're going to be inside the church. Potomac State, you got to be careful. This is the danger zone.
This is where West Virginia can take the win right here. We got 59 seconds on the hard point. West Virginia does not need all of those. Potomac, they're holding on for now, but how long will they be able to hold on to this church before West Virginia comes and brings a little bit of blasphemy to the table? Unfortunately for Clems, he gets taken out. It's actually, I was going to say, it's going to be a little bit harder for West Virginia, but Potomac cleaned it up, made it impossible for West Virginia to go inside there. So Potomac still holds on great. We see the kill feed showing up all red for Potomac here. West Virginia does pick up 2 here. Ciaro, unfortunately for him, though, he gets taken out by Valley, who is holed in entirely by the door. We'll see Potomac staying alive for this one, but now it's up to them to get the rotate into the next hard point before West Virginia does, because if West Virginia gets that next hard point and they set up on it, that's game over.
Indeed. Ethan, oh, bad timing. Turns around, it's too late. Valley finds Mr. Toxie on the inside. Ethan turns around, he realizes it's a mistake, but yeah, the damage has been done. And now you're fighting here for Swiro to stay alive on the inside, and he does exactly that. Finds a big 2. He's going to be holding on to things. Pushes out for 3 in a row. Over the shoulder, he's flying for 4. Swiro trying to do it all for his team, pushing Potomac State deeper and deeper into their spawn, as they're going to be scrambling to get into the hill in 10 seconds left, and you're going to be looking at map number 2 coming up very soon. Ethan on the front line. Here comes Potomac State. One goes down. Here's the break from Basics. Still staying alive. Potomac State, they're not out of it just yet. They're staying alive here. 22 seconds, though. You got to be careful. It has to be flawless.
Incredible retake by Potomac State there. Just 5 seconds to go before West Virginia takes the win on their points. However, we are watching as the hard point slowly dissipates. The next one is going to appear up inside of outer. Will it be Potomac who comes through? They need to hit that graveyard before their bodies are 6 feet under. Looks like Potomac will be able to get in line here, but Bruford and Ethan with a quick 2K each to be deleting them off the map entirely. That's West Virginia getting the win here. Wow, what a textbook finish by West Virginia, just to completely clean them up.
We talk about it often inside Vanguard. It's something that's crazy inside this game is the winner's advantage. I mean, very or often you are going to see a team rotate early, especially in a Tuscan, and when you have that winner's advantage, you just have the ability to rotate without really a worry in the world. And you can see just like that, West Virginia, no worry whatsoever. They rotate back to the 3rd set of rotations. They get the kills through the middle of the map, and at that point, nobody on Potomac State can touch to get into that hill to contest. So a relatively simple map 1 out of West Virginia University. A fight back from Potomac State, definitely to keep it competitive, but from start to finish, I mean, there was nothing really in my mind that was pointing that they were going to lose that map. Very simple hard point out of WVU, and they made it look good.
Absolutely. WVU just played that exactly to the T, right? There is something to be said about, you know, the different game modes in Call of Duty Vanguard, where you've got your hard point playstyle, you've got your S&D playstyle, but when it all comes down to it, it is just about being annoying, right? Making sure that you could just hold on to the site, not let go of it for a single second, and just like you said before, right? Oh, we don't need those 10 seconds. We're just going to go re-rotate, lock down the church before anyone here gets in. And what can Potomac do other than take the L, take those points, and try to get a retake? It all comes down just being able to hold on to the point for longer, and West Virginia University definitely did their part with that.
Well, that one's in the history books now between these two teams. Let's look beyond as we are heading into a Search and Destroy next. We talked about these maps earlier, but we are heading to Berlin Search and Destroy already. And this is going to be, you know, a lot of people say it's very similar to a Tuscan Search and Destroy, whereas you're playing for the post plants, you are playing for that quick plant towards one of these bomb sites. But, I mean, 2 different sides of the playing field. And when you do get the bomb planted on Berlin, you're looking at the B site. When you do get the bomb planted, I mean, that post plant is a deadly one because over towards Docks, it is wide open.
Absolutely. When it comes down to it, Search and Destroy is going to be a completely different thing for Potomac, right? Potomac, they were struggling when it came to the retakes, but they were able to set up on the point and get in and get out very quickly. That's going to give them a huge advantage on Search and Destroy compared to West Virginia University. Hopefully, just like you said, the map difference, the game style difference, everything, with also the fact that the MP40 meta just doesn't work on Berlin. We'll see what happens here once we get into it.
We'll see what happens. Indeed, I'm excited. I mean, oftentimes you are going to see snipers come out onto this map. You know, snipers, quick, aggressive SMG plays. You know, you get it all, really, on a Berlin. So I'm excited to see what we get out of these two teams. Who's going to bring out that boomstick? Who's going to really lock things down on the map for map control? But right off the rip, it looks like West Virginia, they want to take a swing at A, and Potomac, they're going to be ready with 3 players waiting.
West Virginia already on A site here. It looks like, unfortunately for them, they will be the first to drop one. They've dropped Bruford and Ethan here. Mr. Toxic will be able to pick up 1 refrag, but will he be able to find a second? It is a 1-man advantage for Potomac right now. That 1-man advantage stays true as Mr. Toxic trades out. It's just up to Ciaro here to see if he can get the bomb down. He gets 1 onto Clem here. This is that sniper we were talking about. Now we've got Ciaro versus Kill. The 1v1 bomb is down. He's going to need to try to get that as soon as he can, but Kill has a serious advantage here with this MP40, being able to run around and get behind the sniper. But will Ciaro just be a little bit faster on the trigger? He picks up the bomb. Kill right on his tail here.
Side by side.
Right up behind him.
I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, that rat pistol, it's trusty to have up close, but I mean, the tail of this round was timing. Kill finds the right timing to get it behind, and he is gonna shut that round down at a 1v1. There's a big opening from both ends, and a hit towards A just to test the waters, get a little bit personal inside the offices, but now Swiro with the sniper rifle on defense. A good opportunity to get information towards the B site, and a good thing as well, because Potomac State, it looks like they want to head over to B.
Ciaro is going to have a great chance to cut him off here if he can just get set up fast. But, oh, Bruford, look at this perfect timing around the tank. Neither Basics nor Valley saw him there. He's going to be able to pick up a quick double. That's the bomb down. And Potomac State is going to have to not only retake, but retake and replant.
Just all of a sudden, the aggression from SGs, that's what I was talking about on a Berlin. Sometimes it gets out of hand, and when you finally realize it, it's too late, because Bruford is killing you in your own spawn. Kill's going to go down, leaving Clem last alive in a 1v3. Bruford has managed to do a little bit of hardcore parkour to get on top of the warehouse, and that's going to leave Clem guessing on what he needs to do next. But when you're checking off your list, I mean, first things first, gotta get that bomb down. While that's happening, you do need to finesse yourself around some players, but he's going to get hunted down in WVU. They're going to answer back on defense.
Hopefully this isn't going to just be the repeat where it is just whoever plays on defense gets the win, but hey, sometimes that is just how it goes when it comes down to Search and Destroy. Some teams are just better at one thing than another. Going in now, switching over again with West Virginia attacking. Let's see if they're going to try their luck over on B site this time around. Now they know that Potomac State was going to aggress towards B. Maybe that will inspire them. Now looks like it is mostly geared towards A and mid. Bomb is going in mid towards the church. Looks like they might actually be heading towards B.
Slowly but surely. In fact, Potomac State should know that this isn't a B hit. At some point, Bruford's going to find Valley through the middle of the map, and that's going to pivot some of these arrows to turn towards the middle of it. But all of this, I mean, West Virginia, they have successfully baited Potomac State away from the A site. It's going to allow for a relatively quick plant and a simple post-plant setup as well. But you're stuck in the situation with a sniper against Swiro, the X factor inside of this. What can he do with a pistol?
Absolutely insane. I mean, you just saw West Virginia even when they took A site, they almost didn't believe it for a second that it was completely undefended. I think that just that play to take the bomb towards A through mid just threw off Potomac entirely, threw off their game, and now they will be paying for it with their lives. It is down to the 2v2 situation. Potomac actually picking up one more. It's just down to Ciaro. But as that bomb gets defused, is he going to be able to get there in time? He is able to get there in time.
That's it.
He gets a double as well. Incredible.
For all those wondering, it takes 7.5 seconds to defuse a bomb, so a lot of the time, I mean, that kill from Spyro, killing the bomb diffuser, solidified it then and there. He does one better. He's like, I got an MP40, not a sniper anymore, guys. I can do it too with the submachine gun. Gets both kills, closes out the rounds, and what definitely looked like a relatively simple retake from Potomac State, West Virginia now in the lead 2-1. We have seen a hit after a hit from West Virginia, but Potomac State, they do like that B site the first time around. This time, they're going to be heading to A. Take a little bit of a page out of West Virginia University's book. Curious to see if it pays off. It is going to be a 2-on-2 inside the offices, it looks like.
Clem holding a much longer sightline here, getting flanked out by Bruford, as we see all the way over in bricks. But on A site here, Potomac trying to find their way in right now with the utility. Bruford is going to be able to come up in the back and take out Clem. And as Basics goes down as well, it's slowly looking impossible for Potomac State here. They lose one more, just have to kill. He'll get spotted out. Perfect round from West Virginia.
Slow to the execution was Potomac State there. I mean, they had the right read there. They get to the A site. I mean, only one player to take care of on the inside of the offices, but I mean, they wasted so much time that, I mean, you talked about that flank coming through in the back line, and it just really puts a pin in everything that Potomac State thought that strategy was going to bring to the table. And you surround them, you get your kills. It was flawless at a WVU. Now, back to the offense. It's been the A site recipe to success. Seems like that won't change this time around, but Potomac State, they're going to dedicate 3 players here.
And looks like that is going to pay off at first, but as Ethan comes through that back door, going to be able to refrag onto Basics. And unfortunately, what started out as what, could have been a great round for Potomac to finally get back up on the scoreboard, just drops out in front of them immediately. Ethan in the back here. Oh my god, dodging kill with just a few pixels of staircase there. Ethan also dodging bullets from Clem at the same time. What can't this man do? Well, looks like he can't survive until the end, as Mr. Toxic does end up getting the refrag. He will go down, and that means that Potomac State is now bringing us 2 points on the board up against WVU's 3.
Very scrappy over towards A. And that's a lot of the time why teams don't like going towards the A site. It's scrappy, it's unpredictable. It's hard to read when somebody's tucked away in a lot of these corners, a lot of these nooks and crannies. So I'm surprised we haven't seen more B hits. It's a lot more simple to get that bomb down, a lot more fundamental to get that post-plant setup, and honestly, a lot more easier to play your lives. I would like to see a lot more teams pivot over towards the B side, and already Potomac State, they realize that. We're headed over to B this time. Swyros gets the information on one. Readjust. A hit marker. Oh, you wish you could get that one back, but Valley will make it into the B site to get this bomb down.
Here we go. Now we see Potomac going a lot faster. They are able to get the bomb down, but unfortunately Clem goes down too. Bruford going to be able to pick up one more on the Valley, and now we just see this 2v4 playing through as Kill hugs the bomb. Unfortunately not going to be able to do it. Did Bruford just kill Cigaro?
Oh, he did. He did.
That's problematic because that could have been a game changer there, as Basics now takes out Bruford. We will see Mr. Toxic try to go for the utility here, and unfortunately it's just not going to buy him much of anything. I think that West Virginia just sold that match entirely with that one team kill there. That is incredible.
Even after the team kill, I mean, it was very doable. I just don't understand why Ethan didn't hop the bomb while his teammate watched it with the auto. You knew where Basics was. You saw both of those players. Already, they had all information on where Basics was sitting. But for some reason, they allowed him to hop out the window, find Mr. Toxic with his tail tucked between his legs, and then caught inside warehouse.
Seymour, they were trying to find where that 5th player was.
They were trying to find him. You know, they were playing 4D chess when they really needed to play checkers.
Ciaro's just like, where did I get shot from? And Bruford answers back, I think he might have been on B site.
I think that's just one that you wish you could get back if you're WVU. But Potomac State, they're happy to tie us up 3-3. And off of the adjustments on WVU, it does look like they are going to take a swing at this B site, or they did before Basics found a kill into Mr. Toxic. That's slowing us right down.
Absolutely. I don't want to imply that the only reason Potomac State won that is because of West Virginia's mistake there, but they definitely did capitalize on it. They were able to just keep on the pressure, but now with West Virginia on attack and down a player, it's time for Potomac to take that last round win and bring us into a nice swing of momentum. Potomac is holding steadfast in their defense right now, and even though the shots are ringing out, they're not connecting for much anyone here. We're going to be watching Bruford swing through, potentially going to get into a gunfight here, but as the bomb gets planted, it's going to force Potomac's hand there. Bruford does end up going down. This will lead Potomac into a bit of a frenzy now that they know that the bomb is planted. They know exactly where West Virginia is going to be defending it from. See how well this execute will go. We can see the communication playing out in the direction of their heads here. Will be one trade and one kill. That means Potomac is going to be able to get the defuse.
Realistically, WVU, I mean, they had the win conditions. That time was in their hands. They just didn't have a relatively smooth transition to a post plan. Potomac State doing a great job at keeping the pressure on. And WVU are struggling at finding an exit strategy, realistically finding a first blood in general to allow for a smooth transition. So, I mean, Potomac State, when you're looking for a bounce back map, I mean, this Berlin Search and Destroy, it's been nothing but successful for you. You got Basics sitting 9-7, picking up the slack that Valley's leaving off with 1-7 in their own right. But, I mean, so far, so good. Pressure's been the key to success for Potomac State, and it looks like they want to keep the pressure up and rally on to the A site.
And just like you were talking about before, it's all nooks and crannies here on A site. Potomac somehow gets the bomb down, but West Virginia just does not have any ins at this point in time. They lost both their players here. Really, the momentum is swinging in the favor of Potomac State. Not a single member has died. This is the chance for Potomac to get a perfect round. All up to Bruford for West Virginia. He pushes through the door, takes out the one inside of the cubby, but only 20 seconds on the clock, 13 of those usable to get kills. Got to do 3 times. I don't think it's going to happen.
Bruford good for 1. That is all about it. Potomac State, 5-3. They're looking to bounce back here in the Search and Destroy, and they have looked fantastic. You know, a lot of small things, a lot of little things are adding up here for WVU. First Bloods probably being the biggest of them all. But on top of that, it's the reads, it's the adjustments that we're seeing out of them. They're just trying to do one thing too much, and it all kind of adds back to that 1v2 against Basics. It's just they're trying to do too much, where it's always the win condition is right in front of their faces, and they are just all over the place. So we are going to be seeing West Virginia looking to stay alive here into this round, back onto the attack. Looks like they're heading over there, opening the door. Valley, it's a little bit of hello, and Mr. Toxic okay to say goodbye. Bruford doubles down. It's going to leave Basics alone inside this A site. He does have Clem rotating around, so there will be a crossfire.
Unfortunately for Potomac, I just don't think that there is any way that they can hold on to this for long. I'm not sure why West Virginia hasn't just rotated to B yet, but looks like A shouldn't be too hard to take. Hit marker on his own teammate there will possibly give a little bit of misinformation. Bruford knows there's one in the corner, doesn't get the kill anyway. You do see Basics go down after the trade comes through. Up to Clem with the sniper holding on to A. The bomb is still there. He misses the opportunity to take out the planter, however, as he hears all the footsteps around him. Clem somehow still invisible. Takes out Ciaro. Now it's a 1v2 situation. See if he's going to be able to do some work with the rat.
It was the hardest of hard scopes right there to find that first one. Still putting in work here. 24 seconds. You need 7.5 to defuse. The rat is going to be your trusty sidekick in this whole situation, but Mr. Toxic, he spots him out. He gets the information. They're okay to disengage from the site. You know, Ethan is in a position to watch this bomb, and Clem in no position to win this round. West Virginia off of a big offense. They're going to stay alive here in Berlin. Okay, Clem, you better calm down now. A little bit spicy with those shots.
I think we're going to be checking this out. West Virginia, they're not out just yet. Potomac State, They want to get this win. They're just so close. West Virginia, they're still hungry after that last one on Tuscan.
They are hungry. And potential situation where they can eat here and be a little bit more filled after that meal. But in West Virginia University, they are not allowing this to go down easy. Ethan finds the early kill. Second one right out the door. He slipped the line in behind, looking to find a third, and he does get all four with the pistol. Ethan, what was that? It was just one after one. You can count that on your finger. You can count that in the kill feed and the kill cam.
Ethan just he asked his team. He was like, "Hey, are we tied up?" And then, no, we still got one more. Okay, wait.
Hold my adult beverage.
Now they're tied up. So it all comes down to this here. Potomac definitely going to be reeling after this. Unfortunately for Valley, the KD looking like my Elden Ring playthrough right now. Hopefully we can see Valley do a little bit more here. But West Virginia on such a good upswing. I think that was the fastest round I've seen on Berlin so far. Going to be a little bit of an uphill battle. We see Potomac bringing the bomb over to A site, and Ethan getting ready to just unleash hell the second time. This is his playground right now. Kill on the site, does have visibility to say, hey, you can get the bomb planted, and it looks like he is going to be able to survive as the rest of the team comes through. You have Basics holding a long sight line out from Bricks. Unfortunately, that's not going to do too much. Bruford will pick up the opener onto Clem here, but now we need to wait for Basics to come through with this lurk.
Ethan, keeping up with the carnage. I mean, this is his domain. You decided to step into it, Potomac State. Now Basics is the last alive on this flank. Mr. Toxic gonna hop defuse. Basics lines up too. It's not over just yet, but Bruford is gonna trade this one out. So maybe Potomac State, you had the lead at one point, but you let the monster into your house, and Ethan is gonna tear you up 5 in a row to close out on this map. West Virginia University, they're gonna go up 2-0 into the series.
Absolutely great stuff by West Virginia. Those last 3 rounds going so fast. But yeah, it really just came out to that one motion, right? Basics, instead of going out into the room to his right that he came out of, he went down right into the crossfire. And that was that. You know, when it comes down to it, it is all about those precious few seconds when you're defending the bomb. But I just still cannot believe that it went from such a crazy lead in the beginning to the comeback of Potomac to then Ethan just saying, wait, I want this to be tied up.
Hold on. I was just kidding. You guys aren't in the lead. This is one of those like, wait a second. This is not over just yet. Let's double back now. Let's put this in check. This is still our series. And now we're up 2-0. Exactly. And it was a big one. I thought we left Specialist back in Black Ops 4. You know, Ethan, he's one of his own. So 2 in a row out of West Virginia University. It's going to put them on map point heading into this Tuscan control. And I mean, you were alluding to it with that little play in the end there from Basics. I mean, I've said it multiple times on stream for Call of Duty. I mean, COD timing is a real thing, guys. It's very annoying when you see it. You just saw it firsthand to close out that map. And hopefully, I mean, it gets better for Potomac State. I mean, by all means, this has been a competitive series. So I don't expect them to just roll over and let WVU take this into 3-0. This Tuscan control, it's going to be where they look to bring this back, especially considering they're heading into one map of their choice.
Absolutely. And, you know, we're back on Tuscan. It's time for Potomac to say, hey, we are actually able to win on the map that we chose. I'm really hoping that we can see Potomac come through. Again, when you're on, you know, these different game modes, things could be different. Maybe, you know, when it comes down to it, hardpoint they're just not feeling hardpoint today. But now we're on control, a lot different. It's kind of like a nice marriage between Search and Destroy and hardpoint in a weird kind of, I'm really grasping at straws here kind of way. But I'm really hoping that Potomac State can bring this up because I want to go to Desert, man.
I want to see Desert as well. But that's down the line. We got a little bit to kind of go through if we're going to see that. I mean, you said it perfectly. I mean, Control, for all those who don't know, it is the love child of Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. I mean, they came together and they made a third game mode that is a little bit towards the no respawns, that you only have limited respawns in 30 for each team, but an objective just like the Hardpoint that you have to capture. Over on Tuscan, I mean, we saw it in our last series, that B site, very hard to take control. I mean, the A zone usually, it's going to go into the hands of the attackers every single round. But the B zone, it's going to be a little bit harder to take into your own possession. So we're going to be looking at the offensive teams, how they can make it happen. And again, this comes back to our kind of point on Hardpoint that we made, Artie, is that this is going to be where your submachine gun players need to step up.
Absolutely. You know, Tuscan is just MP40 hell, as a lot of my friends on NYSL like to call it. And it just becomes a sort of, hey, MP40 is going to play over here. I'm going to take my automaton over here. I think also when we were on Tuscan that first time, we saw a little bit of Volksturmgewehr action. So maybe that will be a little bit of a decider, a little bit of difference play when it comes down to control. I'm just really, really hoping that we could see a few good plays from Potomac here, unless they want to go home early to West Virginia University's 3-0, which is looming overhead.
It is looming indeed, and you got to be careful right now, because if it gets out of your hands, that was a heartbreaker, series number 2. I don't want to see Potomac State come into this with their heads down, a little bit down in the dumps. I mean, it's been competitive, like I said, throughout this series. Keep it going into this one. This is your turnaround. I don't know how many times I've seen reverse sweeps in a Call of Duty, but I feel like majority of the reverse sweeps that I've seen in Call of Duty has been in Vanguard. So it's not over just yet for Potomac State. There's still a chance. You just need to do it one map at a time, and it's going to be starting here on Tuscan Control. As we head into it, it's looking like we're getting Potomac on attack and West Virginia on defense to start this off.
And Potomac is going to need to go hard on this attack right now. Unfortunately, as Clem drops out early to that MP40 hell that we all were talking about before, it is going to slowly slip away from them here. West Virginia still holding on to all 30 lives. Let's see if that will continue here. Now up 4. West Virginia off to a strong start.
Strong start indeed. Break off and more. Shot down by Swyros. Brofer wants to chime in. It's been flawless for West Virginia. They haven't dropped a life just yet.
I was going to say, is the scoreboard working? I don't see any kills for Potomac, but there we go. We just checked. It is working. Valley able to show us that they can at least tick the boxes.
Yes, they can. 29 lives to now 20 on Potomac State. You can see Bruford hunting down Kill, who thought he was safe to overextend over towards B, but it's a big no. Big wake-up call out there. As now Potomac State going back to the drawing board. I mean, realistically, with only 31 seconds remaining, Artie, they need to take control of A.
They have dedicated everything to A so far. West Virginia at this point could just play the lives game if they wanted to, but as A slowly progresses, West Virginia needs to make a move pretty soon unless they're just fully giving that one up, which it looks like that is going to be the play here. Now the round timer has doubled, and we're going to be watching West Virginia play out this hard defense over B. You look at the mini-map to the bottom left, you see they've got all lanes covered, not a single area that Potomac can break through without at least giving away information in the process. You see Kill trying to break in through to Church here. Kill is going to do some work, but Mr. Toxic and Ciaro make sure that they don't get any further than those Church steeples.
Guaro, 7-3. Open up this game. West Virginia back into the driver's seat on defense. You get a flurry of kills from Potomac State, so still an opening to the B zone, but I'm pretty sure they're about to meet the setup that West Virginia has laying in trap. Ethan, Bruford, they find 2. Still a split kill feed, so still even on the inside of things, but a large opportunity for Potomac State that has fallen as flat on its face, with Bruford taking down Clem throughout the church. You can see the respawns come in for Potomac all the way deep into the top north left side of the mini-map. And they're going to need to traverse through quite a bit of time, and only with 21 seconds to do so.
So about 30 seconds ago, both Clem and Kill had rotated all the way out through back alley, and yet neither of them touched the point. We see 8 seconds now on the clock, and we know that they're just doing what they can, but at the same time, they did not even attempt to stop the clock for any bit of time there, just hunting out those kills. And look how it worked out for them. West Virginia just holds down and manages to make sure that Potomac won't get much use out of their W keys.
No, they will not. At all. You can see Swiro in the final kill cam of that, putting the nail in the coffin for that round on defense. Starting off very strong indeed. I mean, we look back to the start of that control round, flawless out of West Virginia, 7 untraded kills. And I mean, we talked about for control. I mean, lives are the factor for a round 5 decider for who gets defense. And West Virginia are going to be way ahead of Potomac State after that first round. So a little bit of a comeback time for Potomac State. You can see them trying to put a pin in this break off from West Virginia University, and it's a 2-for-1 to make it happen. They shut down the progression towards A, and they are going to slow down West Virginia for the meantime. Swiro doesn't want to let that happen on 5 in a row. Can he find streaks? Yes, he can. Strafing run in the back pocket. Now that's going to be useful for whenever they need to break that B zone later into the future, but he's going to do one better. Give him the glide bomb. You look at the kill feed, it's a full 4 down.
That is insane here. Swiro is just holding on to this sight line right now. And not only that, but lots of progress being made over at A site. B as well has been touched just a little bit. We see Potomac doesn't even have time to run it back down. They're just going to leave that little progress that West Virginia gained on their way. And unfortunately for them, West Virginia going to be able to take on a whole 2 minutes now to go for this B site. Potomac holding on the back lines. They sit too far forward to make sure that West Virginia is going to be at least giving them some information before they hit. But we got 2 holding onto the site. Just like you said, here's those kill streaks coming through, clearing out the site for them before they even get there. West Virginia making their way through, making their way to B.
All right, the kill streak doesn't find anything in the factor of kills, but it does force Potomac State to the inside. And that's where West Virginia University were waiting in line, hoping to take the one-on-ones, but when they did present itself, it's a big opportunity for Potomac State to really shut down anything that streak brought to the table. So back to the drawing board, WVU has, out of a glide bomb, still have the strafing run. Curious to see if it's going to get used, but you have a minute 12 to make this happen. 19 lives to 4, and Ethan's going to open this up with a double kill, make it a triple kill, get it to B.
Just Ethan and Swiro are just so much fun to watch because you just know it's going to be chaos as they burst around those corners. Now, Potomac State did drop all the way off of B site back into the defense spawn, and that is going to allow West Virginia full access here. They are slowly making their way through, getting that first line secured here as the timer is stuck now at 55 seconds. Only 7 lives left for Potomac. 4 lives left for Potomac. As a huge multi-kill comes through. This is it right now as the last 3 players just try to do their thing. Just down to Valiant Basics now. Unfortunately for Potomac, it does not look like you are going to have much luck here. West Virginia, they got the lives. They don't even need to play on B side at this point. There we go. West Virginia able to drain the lives out of Potomac, bringing us 2 points. We're on match, nay, game point here.
It's easy. West Virginia University, they picked up Potomac State. They took them over there, and they dropped them in the blender. And they dialed that one up to high. And it is going fast on this a control for Tuscan. Doesn't look pretty whatsoever, but I mean, as we saw it earlier inside that first series in the full sail and the search and destroy. I never want to count a team out before it's too late because Potomac State, we've seen the best of them. And this hasn't been it just yet. Looking to turn it up into this offensive round now. Clem leading the way. Finds the kill in the Bruford. Rebuttal from Ethan. Keeps us even at 3. The kills chime out, and it's going to be majority Potomac State to hold on to this A zone. Swiro, the only run here, really to spoil the fun, and Bill's going to find him out. So this is some good progression at A out of Potomac State.
Exactly. This is what we needed to see from PSC right now. As they get A up 2 bars, we are going to be watching as Basics starts to get B up 2. Now, that will be short-lived as West Virginia gets the rotate over and the early dismissal of those points here. But A site gets secured. Potomac has 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock and a 3-point lead as far as lives are concerned. So now it is down to that fight over at B. You call it the rematch of the century here. As we get into it, Ethan will be able to trade out, but Clem picks up 1 extra in the process. Bruford will be able to refrag. Basics keeping it evened out. West Virginia, 4-point deficit for lives. Will they be able to hold on to it for very long?
Not an easy feat to achieve. You can see that.
No, they
Go
were
down
not
again.
able
Make
to
it full
hold on
4.
to it
Make it
very
a full 5. And look at this. They are flying at the respawns. They know that they have the winner's advantage right now, being the B site. The B zone is harder to take, so why not just try to pin Potomac State back in their spawn, deplete the lives, make it a lot harder for them into the later end of the game when the time has been dwindled down. Potomac State, they need to regain here. They need to work together, and they need to stop solo chowing these players.
It keeps happening. We see Patio finally getting aggressed here, but unfortunately, the entirety of West Virginia is waiting on that B site. Swiro is able to get some nice utility kills here. Bruford pulling out the pistol. Unfortunately, not going to work out too well. We're down now 13 lives to 14 lives as the fight centers around the church here. Potomac State down, but not out just yet. They are putting the pressure on, but unfortunately for them, that pressure needs to allow them entry to B, but they're not able to gain any distance.
No distance whatsoever. Last chance for Potomac State, Artie. Here they come. Kill. Valley. Basics. They find 3 to open things up. Let's see if they can convert this. No, off the respawns, Ethan makes a heads-up decision to take control of Church. That's going to force Potomac State down and dirty into the personal lays of this Church setting. 6 to 7 in lives, 22 seconds. They're depleting fast. Swiro is going to spot the player as well inside maps. Goes back for the chow. Clem is going to open it up. Still a presence here from Potomac State. Not over just yet. 3 go down. Ethan last alive in the aggressive spot. And 4 on 4 for the respawns. Look at this play from Ethan. He's just going to hightail it through the middle of the map and cut off these players trying to get into this church. In a little bit of a tussle for one. A dance with the devil, you might say. But it's more so finessing this time to deny Potomac State of some real pressure towards B.
Basics is the only player that was actually on that site, and as soon as Basics got picked off, even though there's still 2 more members of Potomac in the area, they're not on the site. The timer ticks down in West Virginia. A flawless win on a map that they didn't pick.
All right, it's been the story of the night, Artie. I mean, teams are just good at COD here inside the Collegiate Varsity League. And you can see, I mean, this is what I was talking about. West Virginia University, you asked who I had taking the series. I said pretty decisively WVU. Why? Because of the slaying factor that they bring to this division. I mean, you saw Swiro and Ethan constantly going on tears and again, in the SMG role, and Potomac State, they just couldn't hang. I mean, it was close. It was competitive in certain situations, but in the overall scheme of things, they just couldn't get it done to the pressure that was WVU slaying.
WVU just continued to apply pressure. They continued to apply it in different ways as well. I think that I'm going to go to bed tonight thinking about that 4K from Ethan just kind of out of nowhere. Oh, hey, wait a second, guys. We're tied up now. That's like a top moment in Vanguard for me now. Beautiful stuff. Love to see it. Seymour, do you know if we're going to be able to talk to some of these players?
I feel like we are going to be having an interview with one of them, just waiting to hear who they are. But in the meantime, Artie, we can take a look back at the maps of this series, because it was a quick one from WVU. That doesn't mean that Potomac State didn't put up a fight. I mean, it was fairly close in the Tuscan hardpoint, but throughout start to finish, you felt like WVU had the lead the whole time through. It was the search and short that I actually thought Potomac State were going to even us up. It went all the way to a 5-3 setting in favor of Potomac State. And you said yourself, I mean, that 4-piece from Ethan to send us to a round 11, I felt like they couldn't do anything wrong inside of that round 11 when that did happen. And we just came off of that Tuscan control. You saw how one-sided that was. Everything was vibing for West Virginia University. Everything was flowing for them as well. And their confidence is at an all-time high. And that's going to bring them in the division tied 3-3 now with West Virginia Potomac State, Artie. And that's going to be interesting for down the line in the division for who's going to make it into the play-ins. I mean, you wanted to see who's going to be in the interview? We gotta wait a little bit. I just got information from the producer that we're gonna be heading to a break while figuring out who's gonna be in for the interview. We'll see you guys in a bit with somebody on the desk. Welcome to the desk, Swirl. We're bringing you in for the interview. Congratulations on your win, by the way. You guys look great out there. I see you're all smiles. You had a great time. Oh, I think you're muted.
I am unable to hear you, unfortunately.
Waiting.
What do we love about
No,
North America?
I think you're still
Hello?
muted indeed.
Hey, there we go.
There you are. Okay, welcome to
I
it. I mean,
fixed it.
a little bit tech
go.
difficulties, but what's a broadcast without a little bit tech difficulties? Anyways, I'm gonna reintroduce this. Welcome to the desk. Congratulations on the win. You guys look great.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. It's one of the funnest games we ever had of the season. We were having fun. The comps were
I feel like
great.
there's-
We looked good.
I feel like I'm gonna add, was there a little bit of bad blood? You know, you're both West Virginia schools coming into this one that you guys want to win. Maybe it's just kind of overallness.
It was a game like all the other games. We were there to win. That's it. We had fun. It was a great series.
No, indeed. I mean, just coming in, do your business, a 3-0 sweep, whatever. But you guys were flying into that, and I'm seeing some improvements as well throughout the year from your squad. I mean, what is it that you guys have been working on together?
Oh, we do our VODs. We try to get better. We try to work with what we got. We try to work on our. Well, how to say it? We try to work on. How to say it? Like, we work on what we are good at, and we try to work, not avoid, but like help whoever is not having a great time in the game. Like,
Okay.
no.
Understandable. We were watching that second map, Berlin Search and Destroy, and we couldn't get over that when it finally felt like Potomac might have had a chance here. We saw you guys adapt right out of the gate and say, "Oh, hey, hold on, we gotta get this win." So as WVU, what did you guys see was going on as you took that reverse sweep as soon as it hit match point?
Nah, we just needed to step up. Like, we needed to calm better and acknowledge our comms, listen to each other, and work together. Like, I'm not gonna say we trolled, but after having a 3-0, after 3-0 them, we just didn't take it as seriously as we should have. but we worked on our comms. It was all comms working together. That's it.
A little bit of fooling around when it took place inside the Berlin Search and Destroy. I saw that 1v2 against Basics. That one probably didn't feel very good after you lost it. But I mean, you guys picked things right back up into the control, and you ended off very strong for the whole series. Now, moving on throughout the division, I mean, what's next for you guys as a squad?
I mean, we just gotta keep working on ourselves, working as a team, working on whatever we're struggling with, and try to make the best out of our season.
Well, we're going to be looking for the rest of it. Excited to see when you guys do bring that on. Before we let you go, Swiro, to enjoy your victory for the night, anything you'd like to say to the stream?
Shout out Basics. You're a good player. I love you.
Love to see it. Love the camaraderie. Thank you so much, Swiro, for coming by and saying hi to us. We cannot wait to see you.
Thank you
again.
for having me. Have a good day.
Have a good night, man. Alrighty. What a series we got out of them. And Swiro, I mean, he's all smiles. He was enjoying it. He was having a great time on that desk.
The vibes were high, and everything is going swimmingly. We are about to jump in now to our last matchup of the day, Colin.
Oh, yeah. We're going into our last match of the day, folks. It has gone by pretty fast. A couple 3-0s, an early or a close game early on. But now we're heading in with Texas A&M International up against Westcliff University Warriors. We take a look at this head-to-head, and they are two very different storylines. I mean, this is a Texas A&M International squad who last year inside of NACE, they had a very successful season. We haven't been able to see that same team into the Vanguard season, though. Whereas Westcliff Warriors, 6-0 in NACE, and you look over into College COD as well, as they are one of the top performers in that league. I mean, this is a team that you should be scared of if you are international. And over on that side, I mean, I'm going to need to see some big things at 100K, Megatron, Kevcan, etc.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at the standings, it's Westcliff is up 6-0, but Texas A&M at a 3-2 record. You know, they gotta step it up just a little bit. Westcliff, they're gonna be loud, they're gonna be proud, but maybe, you know, as they say, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. And Texas A&M,
Right.
They have that capability to be Titan Slayers.
I say it to Cruz all the time, Artie. You know, whenever he's on here, I say, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And right now, this team across the table from you, this is one of the best. So Texas A&M International, they have quite the opponents to go up against today. Let's take a look at the maps and modes for the series, because it was something we haven't seen all day long. Is where we're going to be leading this off. I'd say this is probably my favorite way to lead off a series as well. With Bokaj Hardpoint, the icebreaker, you really get to know your opponents on this map. It's close, it's chaotic, and it's mixy. Up next is going to be Berlin Search and Destroy, a confirmed Tuscan control. And if this goes the distance, we don't leave Tuscan. It's going to be a triple dose of Tuscan to close this one out. How are you feeling about this map set, Artie?
So I'm loving that we're at the very least taking a break from Tuscan and Berlin before we go back into it here. Bokaj Hardpoint is it's such a lovely map. Ever since launch, I've been loving Bokaj, but you know, I think that another day of College COD that I don't get to see Desert is another day that I will cry. But you know, I'm excited to see Berlin Search and Destroy as map 2 again. It was such a fun map 2 in the last matchup. We get to see it again here for this one. I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping that we don't get a 3-0, but it's going to be really funny to see Tuscan back to back once we come into it off of that map 3.
I mean, it's one of the fan favorites of the game. Why not play it 3 times in a row? It's out of this. I feel like this is going to be a tough one to see those Tuscans as well. As much as I would love to see back-to-back Tuscans, I mean, the whole series setup for this is probably going to be your hardest matchup in the division if you're Texas A&M International. You got Westcliff Warriors who haven't dropped a series yet, and when you're kind of comparing the two from NACE into CCL, I mean, this is a top 25 team in collegiate Call of Duty and Westcliff Warriors. Texas A&M International, they haven't been the same inside Vanguard. So right now, you're just hoping to find the little improvements. It's going to be the little things for Texas A&M International that I'm looking forward to the series. You might not walk away with a win here, but there's always something to learn.
Absolutely. And, the real win is having fun. But if you're about to get 3-0'd, there's not a lot of fun to be had there. So hopefully we can see them pick up, at the very least, this wild card of Bocage here. Curious to see what the loadouts are going to look like. Are you feeling the MP40s?
I'm always feeling the MP40s.
Everyone's feeling the MP40s. It's Vanguard.
Well, you know what? One thing that is a little bit different to Vanguard these days is the Volk. A very high-class individual inside Collegiate Call of Duty, Fishy. He is known to bring out off-meta weapons, and the Volk has been that weapon for Vanguard, and he is making it look very good. And throughout this week, I've seen a spark in the usage of the Volk. Off the back of that, it's been a trend that is looking to lead teams to very dominant slaying. We saw Click earlier in Chattanooga using that one on the control, and he almost dropped 50 in the control with that Volk as well. In the past series, I think it wasn't Swiro, it was Bruford, I'm pretty sure, using the Volk as well. And it has made a real change inside the meta of Vanguard for a lot of teams, at least in the collegiate level. Haven't yet seen it break through in Challengers, haven't seen it break through in the CDL, but throughout the collegiate level, it is here, and it seems like it is here to stay so far before we GA it. So I'm looking at, you want to see what we're seeing inside of these loadouts. I expect to see the Volk from one of these two teams. It has been showed up quite a bit today, and I don't expect it to go away.
Absolutely. The other thing that I don't expect to go away is any headaches on Bocage. Bocage has that tendency to, when you're running in, especially towards that middle area, it just can suck, especially if you just get hard locked in by a team that knows exactly where to set up to block those sight lines and make sure that there's not a single bit of presence that can be taken back. And that is what Texas A&M has to worry about when it comes to Westcliff. Westcliff just knows where the cutoffs are. They know what the full meta is. This is their lifeblood. Texas A&M, sure, they are a fantastic team. They've got great standings to back it, but they're not Westcliff.
Oh, they're not Westcliff. They're a totally different side of the spectrum to Westcliff right now, especially in the standings. But I think it's a good thing that you're going to Bocage for a map 1. Yes, it's going to be chaotic. Yes, it's going to be hectic. But the fact that you can throw the objective really out the window and really rely on slaying, it's an opportunity where 100K is that Texas A&M International, if they could find solace inside their slaying, Bocage might not be out of the window already. So it's something that I do see a lot of teams go to. Bocage can be where you sneak away a map from a really good team, just because you're going to get mixy, you're going to get chaotic, and realistically, anything can happen when you step inside the cage. I don't expect it to really be realistically one side in favor. I think that if there's any map that you are going to take a map off of Westcliff, it's going to be this map for International.
Okay, so I see we shake our hands in disagreement for this call, and once we come out the other side of this match, we'll see who's going to be taking this W. And check it out, up right above our heads, our predictions, they match up with where we are on screen.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm not saying that Texas A&M are going to take this one. I'm saying that if there's any chance,
that sounds like they're going to take this one from Seymour Cast. I got the receipts.
We'll see when we come into this one. But you know what? I love the boys over at Texas A&M International. They're a hoot. We've had them on interviews a couple times for the Collegiate Varsity League, and this is a team that I can get behind. So you know what? I'll put my eggs into the basket of Texas A&M International for Bocage. Let's go to war.
Sounds great. We're going to be starting this off again. This is Hardpoint. We're watching out as Texas A&M, they start off strong with the first blood and the first points as Westcliff struggles to find their way into mid.
D in the break-off, it's a 3-for-2. Westcliff looking to root out the players from International from the better side of the map, as you will want that rotation to the tank side after this one. Bocage, if you're all wondering, you don't normally see a lot of time off this first hill, and notably a lot of time Bocage will come down to the game clock, and that's because of how contested and how neutralized these hills will be. You're definitely going to be slaying out around, and you want to make sure that when you do get in for time, it's going to be comfortable.
Absolutely. Westcliff is finally getting some points in right now as they fight centered around this barn and gate. Specifically, we're going to be watching as Stoners just tries to keep the pressure applied. Megatron unable to get back in, but as the point resets out and out to point 2, you see Westcliff not really making an effort to early rotate.
Not at all. Texas A&M International, small lead, but a lead nonetheless. This lead's can go a long way inside of Bocage. Locks here, top of barn. Gonna find Megatron. It's 3 down for the break. Respawns from Texas A&M. They have to be aware that the presence is there from Westcliff. And by the time they realize it is too little too late, the break's gonna come through from the back. Westcliff now set up on power positions. Look out how it translates inside the slaying. All 5 go down. Make it 6 in a row going down for International. And Westcliff looking to pull this thing one back inside P2.
There it is. Westcliff was waiting to play the long game, trying to set up for that site. Unfortunately for them, Cetra coming into the back line will negate their entire strategy. They are going to have to go into the middle building here, and if they can make it in, they are going to be able to set up pretty early, but Megatron just doing some work with that automaton.
Lucasi just outside of this hill. Not expecting the swing from Kevcan, so big moment out of International to get this early time inside Grandma's. You see that Westcliff off the respawns. They are going to be fighting from the front, and all 4 players hitting it at the exact same time. Here they come into the hill. Stoners, Locke, Beaston, all chiming in for a kill. It's a full 4 down just like that. Clean as ever, Artie.
Westcliff showing up finally. Took them a little bit to get here, but now we're seeing the kills come through, and the entire screen is red. Oh, Locke. Beautiful double on a Cetra and 100K. Seeing Kevcan go down as well, and Locke cleaning up 4-piece here. Now we see Westcliff getting ready for this other rotation. Unfortunately for Locke, he is going to be cut off a little bit short. It's up to Stoners to hold out to see if he can get this early rotate into Barn. But unfortunately, it's just not going to work out for them. And we see Texas A&M pulling off the rotate yet again.
3 down for Westcliff. Here come International. Around the outside, still trades favoring Westcliff, but time's not the same deal. They finally get into this hill, 51-80. As you can see, the respawns for Texas A&M International prepping for a late hit into this one. Here they come into the barn. Beaston trying to hold off this aggression. Nice nade of the lock to help that out, and Lucasi comes in to clean up the show. It's another 3 down out of International, and that should bring us about even heading into P5.
Yeah, they are going to be able to lock down Barn entirely, which will set the scoreboard at the very least to an even stand. But now it's going to be down into Tower. This is one of the hardest points to retake, and we are going to see Texas A&M holding out right at the beginning. Unfortunately for them, a glide bomb coming out of Locke is going to make things a little bit harder. The point is going to set out right now in this down area towards boat. And I just can't tell if Westcliff is going to be able to hold on to it for very long now that Texas A&M just continues to just full frontal them out from the short angle.
Here we go. Lead change for Westcliff. See if they can get this one going. Finally, the break from Texas A&M International in this P5. 30 seconds to play for. They have the hill under control and beyond. But you can see Westcliff spawning up towards the top left of the mini-map. They are going to have that high ground control to try to spoil the fun for the last little bit. Over the shoulder, Beaston finds Megatron on that railing. So it is going to deny further time from Texas A&M International inside that P5. In fact, give Westcliff the scrap. And all eyes are going to be on this second set of rotations with a small lead away of the Westcliff Warriors.
It is just back and forth now, but Westcliff, once they found their rhythm, they found their momentum, they're not giving it up. Look at that kill feed. It's just all red, white, and blue in that order for Westcliff. Now, we are going to be seeing Lucasi just absolutely going ham around the gate, and I just don't see Tamu coming in and actually making an entry for this site right now.
I haven't seen it just yet, and yeah, I have to pay attention to that Locke has full streaks as he's sitting 28, make it 30-8. Sorry, as he's having quite the Bokash right now, as Westcliff has accumulated a bit of a lead into the second set, and Texas A&M International, they have to be a little bit cautious because if they're not careful, this rotation can spoil a lot of the fun that has been had inside the cage. Another 3 go down. Farthest one push up is Kevcan. It is good for 1, but that's about it. Locks down 3 in a row, and that is going to be pushing Texas A&M International actually on a flip. They get blessed with the spawns in the back. They're going to be able to reinforce the second hill right away, Artie.
They get the good spawns for tanks, but unfortunately for them, Westcliff is going to be able to take control of Barn, and they're going to be able to flip that script entirely. Now, Texas A&M on the back foot, they're going to have to go through Barn yet again, trying to make their way out through Water Wheel, but it's just not going to happen. We see Lucasi just making sure that not a single inch is given away here. And with Stoners and Lucasi holding out onto the site, we see Locke push up forward alongside Beaston, and they're just going to keep going at it. As soon as they respawn, they're just going to run out, take away those front lines, go back to it again. They have a huge lead right now with points, and I think that Texas A&M are going to have to focus on just waiting for P3 to come up, waiting for just the ability to hold out the attic site, and hopefully keeping it away from Westcliff long enough to make a dent.
Well, the Dust Devils starting to fall behind. They do have the first set of rotations, or the first rotation to Dramas under control. 100k, nice double kill to hold off this first wave attack out of the Warriors, but not for long will they wait to get back into it. You see Lucasi leading the charge in behind. Megatron sniffs him out. That's going to allow these players from the Dust Devils to just pay attention to the front line, and they're cleaning up house inside of Grandma's. He's going to be very happy at that, but it's not over just yet. Already, we are going to be seeing another swing here from the Warriors to try to break in for the last little bit of time, and finally successful. Locke and Beeson, they are going to be the ones to crack it open.
Good stuff. Just like I said, Texas A&M, they were able to hold on to it and make a dent, but that dent is getting more and more cleaned up as Westcliff just comes through and tries to get us to an even 190 before the next one. Now, we will be going back to Barn, and it looks like Texas A&M already on the swing, but Locke sprinting faster than my eyes are even able to catch up with. Will be trying it to cancel it out. It's just full trades back and forth, but Texas A&M, they've got Barn on lock for the moment. And that moment has passed.
It has passed, and it has passed even farther. Owners find Cetra around the outside. A second one is these players started to turn up on the Warriors, and you see that this lead has accumulated full 60 in favor of the Warriors. The Dust Devils want to get in. They want to stop this bleeding and cauterize the wound soon. But it just looks impossible at this point. Still 18 seconds to clean up. You can see that the Dust Devils need to focus on this rotation to P5. It can be a money hill. It's not over just yet. A full 60 can bring them right back into this game.
Back down to boat. Let's see what will happen down here. 3 seconds before the site switches. Now Texas A&M will be able to get a little bit of scoreline here. Beeston goes down. A nice long angle being held by 100k. Will be able to secure just a few more seconds for Texas A&M. But if Westcliff can get in there at the halfway point, it's going to be game. Seeing Locke utilizing all those kill streaks right on time. Now, unfortunately for Texas A&M, they are not actually going to be able to hold on for much longer as Westcliff rallies their forces all together. There's still a few pieces of utility left. Locke just got a team kill. Beautiful stuff happening, but Westcliff, at the very least, they're not able to get the win on this one. The score has passed over threshold a little bit. There we go. Now the score has passed over the threshold. Texas A&M, they're safe for at least this one.
They stopped the bleeding for now, but heading into this third set of rotations, Westcliff were so comfortable from 1 to 2. You were scared. Only 14 seconds left, and this is going to be done and dusted. The Dust Devils don't want to let that happen just yet. 3 in a row to open up this map, keeping off the Warriors from the hill. But here comes Lucasi from behind on the front line. Beaston and Locke is forward down from the Texas A&M International squad, and Warriors going to be happy to hop on this time. Soak up as much as they can, push them even closer to a win, as they are only 10 points away from locking down Bokash.
sat around the gate right now. Westcliff, they just need to enter for 8 seconds. Locke taking his time to do so, even just making sure to play the long con. They know that at the very least they have something. They just want to make sure that something is strongly held and not just going to be taken by accident. Westcliff pushing through. You see Beeson holding in that corner. It will work out, and I believe that unless Cetra can pick up that 1 kill right there, that is going to be it. Westcliff picking up map 1. Bocage, our slight break from Tuscan and Berlin today. But now we are on our way to map 2. Just watch this clip here. Beeson, the very last kill, just picking up 1. And Cetra tried to come around the corner. He just was not fast enough. Good stuff here by Westcliff.
Locke had 53 kills, 46 of those non-traded, by the way, Artie. It's just Bocage things. It's what you expect inside of that map. So I'm not going to like pay too much attention to that one. But I got it was exactly how I imagined it was going to be. Westcliff coming away with the win, but Texas A&M International looking competitive inside the Bocage. And that's because Bocage is just one of those maps where you can get away with slaying being the main factor of the map. So you head to this one, Dust Devils, they keep it competitive, but now we're back to the regular scheduled programming with Berlin and Tuscan up next. And heading into the Search and Destroy, this is going to be an interesting one for the Dust Devils. I definitely think that the Warriors are a lot more practiced as a squad, a lot more patient as a squad, and well put together. So you're going to need to step up highly if you are Texas A&M International, if you want to even us up here inside the Berlin. We saw it early last match as well, this exact same map. What would you like to see out of the Dust Devils to maybe walk away with this one?
I'd like to see a lot more aggression towards the A site. Right, when you've got a team like Texas A&M, they're going to be relying on just that standard factor, right? We've got our angles, we know how to play. Westcliff, though, right, when you push a site like A that just has so many different angles that you can peek from, so many different variables that are just impossible to control, it could make it very fun to watch at the very least. Texas A&M, if they go hard into B site, they might be a little bit disappointed in the results, but I think that no matter what is going to happen, this is Westcliff's pick. This is a standard rotation in the Vanguard competitive pool. And, well, no matter what, we're going to have a fun game to watch.
I mean, if you're the Dust Devils, you got to go hard in the paint right now. You got to dig deep if you're going to want to tie this one up inside of a Berlin Search and Destroy. And that's being because, I mean, you were talking about it that, the B site, it's definitely going to be a lot harder to take for the Dust Devils, in my opinion, whereas it usually would be. But well practiced, well put together Westcliff Warriors, they're going to be able to maneuver and run this map quite simple. Last series when we did see this Berlin Search and Destroy, we saw a lot of A hits. In my mind, that's uncharacteristic to Vanguard lately. I expect that in the series, we're not going to get that very often. The Dust Devils, they're going to need to go toe-to-toe at the B site. They're going to need to overcome their demons, and the Westcliff Warriors are looking to just bring out those fundamental strats. B site, bomb down, post plant, repeat.
They're looking to be those demons.
Exactly. I think they've been those demons. I mean, that Locke inside that Bocage, he was a demon in itself. 53.
Dropping a 53 bomb just out of the gate, just casually.
Big Locke fan right here, by the way. So I'm happy to see that this guy's turning up, and inside of Hall, a Bocage making it look fun and exciting. But let's keep up with the carnage going into the Berlin. I want to see a sniper, Artie, and I want to see that sniper pop off. That is what I want to see inside this Search and Destroy, and I'm ready to see who's going to pull this one out. I don't know who on these teams are going to rep the boomstick, but I want somebody to bring it out, and I want it to look hot.
West Virginia University, they brought out the boomstick last time we saw this map and on this mode. And to be honest, it underwhelmed me, right? We saw some hard scoping, which was great. We saw some hit markers, which is great.
Not so great.
Not really. It got its use, right? It worked out, but in reality, the biggest thing that West Virginia taught us the last time we saw this was lurking with an MP40 is just going to be the best thing you could do, right? Especially on a map like Berlin, which you are going to see more assault rifles just because of the type of map it is. You are going to see some sniper rifles because of the map that it is, but a single MP40 that survives into the post plant, that's a game changer.
It is a game changer. Indeed. And, you know, I'm glad you kind of bring out that we saw WVU with that sniper rifle in the last series. It didn't go that way, but, you know, Swiro did tell us in the interview there's a little bit of tomfoolery going around inside that. And if Westcliff Warriors want to continue with this dominance, they have to overlook that. They got to make sure that this is business as usual. You're looking to be that dominant team inside collegiate Call of Duty. You have a reputation to uphold right now, I'd say, and you cannot afford to kind of fool around like that. So I expect the fundamentals to definitely be flowing for this team. And I mean, you talked about a submachine gun player to live through the post plant. It's going to be a monumental take, especially if that post plant is residing towards A. You really want to have an SMG to get a little bit mixy, get a little bit personal inside of Berlin.
Definitely. I mean, all we have to do is wait. We're going to see that right now as we go into it. I'm hoping to see some staunch aggression from Texas A&M, because that is what Westcliff is going to bring. We know that's what Westcliff is going to bring. See if it is evenly matched. Westcliff starting on the attack will be keeping things very interesting, and looks like it is going to be an A push through and through.
4v1 here, etc. Lazy has to find one kill. There it is. Legacy slides into his death, looking for the trade. No, Megatron! He's got the sniper out a little bit over the shoulder of his teammate. Hail Mary shot, and Stoners, he's going to be down. 100K is going to find Locke rotating through the middle of the map. That's going to leave Beeston last alive in a 1v3. Has recovered the bomb already, so potential maybe to make a play here. 56 seconds, plenty of time to work with.
Wait a second. I didn't imagine this happening at all. We see Westcliff down to just one member, and it looks like that sniper, there's the boomstick. Car98 just holding out the line, making sure no one can come in. No one will be able to get it in all. This is what we needed from Texas A&M. We needed that aggression as they just run in to take out Westcliff. Oh, beautiful. Right between the eyes.
Right between the eyes, right over the shoulder of your teammate. I mean, there were so many things to talk about that snipe that makes it monumental into the round. Megatron coming up big. That's what I wanted to see. Nye, our observer, stay on Megatron. I want to see if he still has that sniper out, as we are heading to A, so realistically, they probably don't have that sniper out. Lugasi's going to be here playing the same role that Cetra did. Can he have a bigger impact than that player? It is going to be there for one. Cetra for the trade. A site's open for a plant.
There it is, MP40 here for Megatron. Kevcan and Megatron are going to do what they can to try and get the recovery. Looks like the bomb does get recovered. It's just up to Megatron, though. He stays alive, but he's getting chased down. Unfortunately, not going to be able to make it back inside for the retake. It's Westcliff now bringing us 1-1, and we are going to be watching this final kill again. You just hate to see it when you're getting chased down, taken out with a pistol from the back. Ugh, hurts.
It really does. It really does hurt to see it happen. But laying even in this, Westcliff Warriors, they do find their rebound on defense. And we switch one more. Big highlight was Megatron here. Looks like he's going to be repping the sniper again. Residing towards A as well. This is very uncharacteristic through this. He wants to peek out right through the upper courtyard, see if he can find a kill through P5, but nobody's going to present themselves. Everybody on Westcliff ready for this A attack. It's Cetra again to try to spoil it.
Cetra is just playing this exactly like you want to, and it's going to work out. Stoners has no chance he comes around the corner. No. Lock.
Assassination.
You can't do that.
He's got a family.
He did a second one. He takes out 100K as well. A big Lock fans on the desk right now. Cetra, after hearing the news that his teammate was taken from behind, shanked, and thrown out to dry, just stands and waiting to figure out how to do this. There's Lock, though. Gets taken out from the back. Cetra getting the actual avengement of his teammates here. Just up to Lucasi to defend the post plant. Gonna be running right into Cetra here. Cetra goes down, but we hear the footsteps as well. Kevcan gave himself away. He doesn't know where Lucasi's playing from. Lucasi on the backswing all the way around, holding to make sure the A does not get diffused at all. A still completely clear here. Kevcan trying to find where Lucasi's hiding from. Lucasi trying to find where Kevcan is hiding. They're both running around. Kevcan gonna try to stick here. He knows that he can't. Gets the whiff. Knows that Lucasi's gonna be there. Lucasi just has to play for time. There we go. We're past the 7-second mark. Now up to Lucasi here just to make sure, do a little bit of trolling.
He's not stopping. Lucasi played that perfectly, Artie. I mean, you get into the upper courtyard. Yeah, it's a very bold move, that one-on-one take towards upper courtyard, because Kevcan was there for the trade, but he ran in. It was a little bit of a drive-by. Hello, see you later. I'm going to keep on running. I'm not going to let go of my analog stick. I'm going to make it all the way back around. Check the bomb to make sure Kevcan's not defusing it, and that internal clock that's running through your head just resets, and just go again.
He
Perfect
said,
play.
He really said, hey, you don't have time. Like, just running past, just making sure to let him know, hey, we got this one. Watching now, see Texas A&M try to get this attack. Unfortunately, though, they drop 2 off the bat to Westcliff, and this is looking like a completely different Texas A&M that we saw in the very first round. I think that's just because Westcliff might have just been throwing that first one.
I think it was actually a pretty brilliant round at Texas A&M at the start. You know, you had Satrop, huge play on the inside, and then Megatron, a brilliant snipe to back it up. So after that, I've just seen great adaptations out of Westcliff to get right back into form. You see Lucasi played that one round very well for time, and after that, you go back to the basics, really, as a squad at Berlin. It's very easy, you know, on Search and Destroy to play fundamental. You get the bomb down, and you play the objective at that point. On offense, it's kind of complete opposite. We're looking now, a B hit. Beeston opens up onto Kevcan. That's going to provide an opening for Lucasi now to get this bomb down. And when that happens, you get rid of the doors. And this is that post-plant situation that I was talking about. This is a very dangerous spot to be in if you're Dust Devils for the retake.
Here we go. Westcliff now set up for the post plant, but they lose Locke immediately. It's their star player, but it is still going to be a one-man advantage for them up against Texas A&M. Ooh, we see a good snipe out from Stoners. Now it's just a 1v3. 100K looking like $1 million here as he takes out Stoners. Let's see if he's going to be able to follow it up. Unfortunately not. The double peek from around the corner. And, well, we see Westcliff bring us 4-1.
Business as always for the Warriors. I mean, this is what I expected from the squad, Artie. I mean, this team has an expectation, and they're upholding it. You can just see how dominant they are and how practiced they are in this map. That was a typical B setup that we saw. You find the first blood on the Kevcan, you get that bomb down, and the rest is history. At that point, it's almost impossible to retake for teams, you know, of this caliber when you're already down a player. So it looked like Westcliff had an idea that there might be presence to B to answer back into the Dust Devils, but it is a 50-50 read out of Westcliff to try to suffocate any attack coming out of the Dust Devils.
Megatron is just trying to take out Beeston, but what just happened there? Beeston shot the grenade out of Megatron's hand, I believe. Beautiful stuff. You'll love to see it. We are going to see Beeston end up falling down. Westcliff just down to a single 1v3 situation. Stoner's invisible to 100K. Choosing to not pull the trigger. Just giving that one up for his team, I guess.
Still alive? Barely breathing, but still alive, I'd say. The 100K is going to put a pin in that round for a second. I mean, I would really like to see some more adaptations coming out from the international squad. I mean, the Dust Devils, they haven't looked horrible. Not even at Berlin or the Bokash prior to this. So, take a shot. I mean, stack a side at this point. What's there to lose? Play as a core squad. See if you can overwhelm and bully the Warriors here. So, back to the B site. The Warriors go in 100K. I love this. This is what I want to see. Hyper aggression of the SMG. In and out with a kill. Can you find a second? No. But the damage was done. You slowed down the offense.
That was beautiful. We love to see that when the sight line just gets completely rushed out. But good adaptation by Westcliff to make sure that that was calmed immediately so that the damage was minimized to just one kill. You see Megatron here with the Kar-98 going to be able to pull out the pistol to do some damage too. That brings us down to the man, the myth, the legend, Locke. It's Locke v2 right now. Bomb not in his possession, but Kevcan's head sure is. If you're watching this grenade, he does a nice cheeky little 720 there. Grenade does not land where it needs to. But let's watch Kevcan waiting around the corner for the peak to come through. Locke knows where Megatron is, going to be able to pick that one up immediately. Now coming through to finish off what he started with Kevcan. Unfortunately, though, he peaks the wrong side at the end. Texas A&M, they win one more. Now it's 4-3, slowly crawling back to survivability.
It's the proper adaptations to go toe-to-toe with a squad like this. Hyper-aggression of the submachine guns don't allow them to get those setups that we are talking about for the offense. So you see that 100K leading the charge, finds that first blood, completely halts the attack out of the Warriors. And the follow-up, it is something to be watching out for the Dust Devils. I want to see what their attack's looking like. A lot slower to the rip. They have the bomb carrier, Cetra, over towards that mail room. I feel like this team is just fishing for a first blood to see where they want to go.
Absolutely. We see Westcliff kind of poking and prodding in all the lanes, and it will work out. Locke getting revenge on Kevcan for what happened in the last one here. That will drop TAMU down to 3 players. 1 sitting on A, 1 stuck here around mailroom. Cetra does not go without a fight. He's going to be able to take out Locke with a beautiful rotation. But now that it's down to a 3v3, they need to make a move onto a site. A is somewhat cleared out. They just have to worry about stoners with the Kar-98 sitting across the street. But will they be able to get this one for free? Looks like they are going to be able to get the plant in, but now the rotation is going to come through from Westcliff, waiting out. Beastin hearing footsteps. They're not going for a ninja, are they? Beastin going for this. Unfortunately, though, Cetra... Wait! Cetra did... Oh, Cetra almost did not notice.
I've already seen one ninja defuse. I don't need to see another one today. My heart can't take it at this point, Artie. 1v3, Lucasi stuck in the middle of everything. 100K is going to spot him out, and his teammate's going to put him down. We go even in Berlin, but these have been some interesting rounds out of the Warriors. I don't imagine this team to stay down for long, as International are starting to pick up some pace now. Let's see them ride the wave of success.
Absolutely. I gotta say, though, that last one had me sweating. Cetra almost just did not double check that the bomb was not being defused. Seeing Westcliff now on attack yet again. Let's see what they're going to do. I want to see a B-site play. Looks like I'm going to be disappointed as they rush towards A. We're going to be watching International hold out all 4 lanes yet again. We got one holding out in office right now. He's going to be meeting with Lucasi. Locke is the one to pick up the first kill here. Here's Cetra, Lucasi getting ready for their lineup. Beastin as well holding out on the outside. Looks like Lucasi will be able to pick that up. That leaves A completely open, but they've got to worry now. Megatron, he's got utility. He's got some sniper rifle bullets. He's going to be able to get some hit markers. Unfortunately, only hit markers. Not many can stand up in a 1v4, but the Kev can. He's going to be able to pick up 2. Not able to pick up a third, though. Westcliff back on the board. It's 5-4. It's now match point.
Back to the basics. You get the job done, Artie. A simple, overwhelming attack to the A site. You get that bomb planted, and you set up your ARs in a situation that is pretty much impossible to throw a shoulder. You saw how it went for Megatron as soon as you tried to toss that nade into the window. You lost your life. You put Kevcan in a 1v2. Yeah, maybe lined up 2 kills to make it a little bit interesting, but the job was done. And now Westcliff are on map point here in map number 2. As they're back on the defense, they're going to stack this A site with 3 players. I love this play.
They don't even need anyone looking out from tanks. They just have this. It is all their sight line here. Locke breaking the wall that most just hide behind just to get a little bit of extra info, a little bit of extra ploy, make sure that the pressure is applied to Texas A&M. Unfortunately, though, Beastin will go down here. 100K getting a very important kill, but unfortunately for Texas A&M, they are going to lose Cetra right off the back. Locke just unstoppable. Kevcan, his gun, his barrel betraying him as Lucasi comes around with the MP40 to make it work. Now it's just down to 100K here, and unfortunately, 100K, I believe that your time ends here. The bomb is not in your possession, and you have members of Westcliff just everywhere. We do see one pickup on Lucasi. That's not how I was expecting that to go. But with 28 seconds on the board, he still has to grab the bomb. He still has to get it planted. And Westcliff knows there's only one site he can plant at.
There's no time. 60 seconds. Lock's in the slide on through. Oh my goodness! Lock just broke his ankle.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
What a slide. He broke his camera. He broke his ankle. And he did it all while hip firing. That's Volk energy for you. 11-6. Another great map at a lock. But especially that, I mean, things got a little bit high and dry towards the later in the rounds. Texas A&M International, the Dust Devils, they were able to even us up at 4. But you saw a completely different mood going into those later 2 rounds. I mean, the Westcliff Warriors, they put on their serious face, and they realized that we don't need to lose this one. We are still the better team. They come out there, they get the job done, and now they're residing 2-0 into the series already.
Absolutely. I think that what Westcliff did was very similar to what we saw from West Virginia last time. You know, we do a little bit of trolling to start things off, and then, hey, all right, we'll tighten it up, and we'll just lock things down here. Now we are going on over back to Tuscan, tried and true, fan favorite. And here's the thing, though. Westcliff, it's been a long day for Westcliff. They know that Tuscan is just their bread and butter. They're ready to say, hey, you know, you beautiful people on broadcast, you've seen Tuscan about 12 times today. We only got to see it once from us, and then never again. And so Westcliff wants to make sure that we're just going to get us out 3-0 real quick. Texas A&M, they don't want that to happen, though. What can they do to stop it?
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple in that it's a lot easier said than done, I guess. Maybe it's not so simple as I'm going to say. I'm just the caster here. Talking about what you need to do is going to be doing what you did in the Bocage. You need to make sure you're slaying out. But the thing is, you can't allow Locke to go on the tangent that he's been going on for map 1 and map 2. Somebody's going to need to put him in check. One of these players in Texas A&M, they're going to need to go toe-to-toe with the Demon right now. And he's really just flying off the leash for the squad. Kills are a big factor in control. As much as I hate to say it, it's because we don't have the update yet to talk about ticks for the later ends for rounds. It's all up to lives for the later end round of the defensive side for control for Tuscan. And if Westcliff just keeps laying out when they do, they realistically already need to just trade defense for defense and slay out like they have been.
Exactly. And you know what? From the last game, I got this. 100K dropped his analog stick after Locke dropped it. Broke it off pretty easily there. So now that we've got it back, gonna give that back to him and make sure that hey, we got everything set. You're just gonna reset. We're gonna take a breather. We're gonna say, hey, Westcliff is kind of hogging right now. Here is how we do this. We go back to basics. Colin, you've been saying that all night, and I kind of love that now. That's what we gotta do if you're Texas A&M U.
I think it happens so often in collegiate esports, not just in one title, across so many titles. You start seeing teams who are like, oh, let's get creative. You know, maybe we can do this, and then it'll lead to that, and then that. But they lose track of what you really need to do, and it's just the basics to a game. And when that happens, when you start doing too much, you really need to dial it back. And right now, the Dust Devils, they can really rely on the fundamentals of a Tuscan map to really bring it to the Warriors for this map number 3. So you're going to need to reverse sweep them. It's not an easy thing to do, but it is going to have to start on a Tuscan control. And Texas A&M International, they're going to be starting on the attack. Toners, what are you doing with a sniper in hand? This is a respawn. This is a respawn, buddy. Put the Kar 98K away.
Not only that, but it's the Kar 98K with the 3-bullet magazine. We got some interesting plays coming out from Stoners right now. Now watching Westcliff drop just a little bit of lives here, they are going to just reclaim those immediately. And unfortunately, they are just making sure Texas A&M, you know, they started off strong. They got 2 points up. Westcliff just wants to make sure that that's only 2 points on A side here. Texas A&M, they're not able to get back in here. We see them regrouping just around the corner of the hedge here. But will they be able to solidify enough to take it back from Westcliff?
That's the big question of the day. 53 seconds to work with. Here comes the pinch. Cav can, oh no, 100K. Team Nate is going to lessen the lives even farther. They're going to hop on, finish the A zone with all 3 ticks. Add a minute to the clock. Already, we are headed over to B.
We're now.
This is the tough part. 19 lives to 18. Lives are very close. What is that? Is that the Owen gun?
Stoners is using the Owen gun. He's using a car with 3 bullets. So, exactly like you said. We're just going to do some experimenting. Stoners is, I don't know. I kind of respect the hell out of that.
You know what? You do you. You do you, Stoners. I mean, he's 1-5. Locke's 0-5, so maybe Wellgun better than Locke right now.
Perhaps. We're watching now, Log with the Volkstorm Gewehr. Hopefully, going to be able to clear out B site before it gets taken over. Texas A&M, they have a 1 life advantage. They also have a slight positioning advantage here. Westcliff, all coming out of defense at the same time. You see Log split off in the group, and he will be picked off as a result of that. Now, they will be trying to tick down the timer. It still has not gotten to that first point on B yet. I thought it did, but Westcliff has a chance to set that back down to 0. Looks like they're not even going to try. They are just running out and making sure they can take the lives down. We see Locke take out 1 form of Megatron here. We see Stoners with the knife and the Owen gun kit. I think I'm going to have to copy this for my ranked play later tonight. We see Cetra holding out, taking out 1 in the form of Stoners, but now it is just a 2-point lead for Westcliff. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Running out of lives for Texas A&M.
I just can't get over it. Just seeing somebody run around with this Owen gun. It's so wacky. It's so wacky in that whole end. 5 lives to 5. Last chance for Dust Devils to get something going in the offense. Megatron's going to trade things out. Still 3-on-3 into the hill, but now funneling on into this setup that the Warriors have. Cavcan really inside the pit. Runs out of bullets, so it's up to Cetra now, last alive, to make some magic happen inside. He's going to hop in for the time for now, but he is going to look for this kill. Stoners in this one-on-one. He's going to put this through. Westcliff Warriors, a defensive round to hold this out. If you're looking at any silver linings, folks, I mean, the best thing is that you were in a 1v2, so lives aren't very one-sided right now.
Absolutely. I want, can the, you know, Josh, if our observer, you want to just go on to Stoners at the beginning of every round just so we can see what he's pulling off. I think, what, are we going to see a Type 11? Are we going to see an Atomic? Are we going to see
That's actually banned. You can't use the Type 11. It's GA'd.
I see. Well,
Or no, the Type 100.
That's Type 100. Let's see. Kevcan here with the Automaton doing some good work. Lucasi, the classic MP40. We will see Westcliff losing 4 lives off the bat here. Texas A&M only losing 2. Seeing if they can get 1 more in the form of a lock. Looks like A site is going to be aggressed on by Westcliff pretty soon. But if we look in the back line, we see Beaston. He's already on B.
It is Lucasi trying to tear things up in the respawns. Not good for anything. It's going to leave Beaston alone. Overwhelmed by that. The respawns of the Warriors. They make the heads-up play. They go to A. Keep the clock stopped at 53 seconds. Lives even at 23 apiece. Oh my goodness. It gets worse every single time I see it. What is that sight on that Owen gun? Still panning out in favor of the Warriors. 2 kills go their way. 2 ticks progress towards A as well. Working on that third one. They're looking to push another minute on the clock, Artie.
Beautiful stuff. So what we saw there was Beaston going to the B aggression. Then when he went down, Locke went for it as well. That took away primary resources for Texas A&M to hold out. And so because they were so focused on that, they gave up A. That leaves Westcliff with a lot more time on the board to play with, even though they for a few moments were at a lives deficit. Now they are at a very much lives advantage here, sitting 4 more than Texas A&M. Now it's just going to progress through that. They get onto B site here, but it's really just going to be how long until TAMU just runs out of lives.
Cetra holding the line in the front line. Still a few players have slipped through for the Warriors, and they have a 6 life, make it 7 life lead as Beaston locks down 3 in a row. He's going to be pushing these respawns for the Dust Devils deep into the tank, and here comes Cetra to still keep them off of the hill for now, but you got to be worried because you are losing out on your teammates, and you are losing out on your life pool, so starting to see something turn around for the Dust Devils. They have a flurry of kills, but the next wave is already here. It's Stoners with the Owen gun. He is going to find 2 in a row. He only has 4 kills. Apologies. No, he does only have 4 kills, so maybe the Owen gun, not the best gun, but he's putting in work with it, and you know what? Might not be good work, but it's honest work.
I think that we were so caught up on Stoner's Owen gun that we almost forgot that Beaston is approaching 30 kills, which is insane for Control. Watching now as it's just going down to this last 3 lives here. Now Kevcan is gone, Megatron is gone, just up to 100k, and Cetra. Seeing if Cetra can make their way over. Westcliff, they're just holding the timer. Stoner's running out lives on purpose at this point. What is happening? Oh, you'd hate to be...
Stoners is having the time of his life, Artie. You know, he is playing his own game right now. He's not even playing Call of Duty. He's playing Stoner's game. He's got the pistol out in his head. He's having the time of his life, and you know what? I can get behind that.
Stoners is playing Elden Ring on the side. He's got 1 controller for COD, 1 controller for Elden Ring, just having a good old time. Now, if I were Texas A&M International, right now, I would be saying, because it's just not a good place to be, right? You're down 2-0, and now you're back to the attack side with Westcliff on the other end. Westcliff just continues to put on pressure, and we're going to start that off with Locke and Lucasi picking up headshots and Stoners walking with an Owen gun.
Walking around, he owns the place. Why not? He's the big boss. Beaston's got one too.
He's learned the ways.
It is. He's learning the ways. He hasn't put it to use just yet, but it's the key to him unlocking 30 kills here, Artie. I'm sure of it. He puts it away. He takes back the Volk. He says, "No, I can't do this. I can't do this. And I'm not like you, Stoners. I'm a different breed at the moment. The breed that's gonna take us to this win right now." 56 seconds, and I mean the break off after all of this. I mean the Dust Devils, that hasn't been too shabby. You get a tick working on the second towards A. Only 56 seconds, and a little bit of taste of medicine here from Locke as he's going to find another assassination.
That's the second one in one series. Locke, you can't keep doing that, man. They have families. We see Texas A&M. They take A, and they've got a 2 live lead right now. Will be reduced to a tied up live score now as Westcliff just picks up a couple cheeky ones here and there, but TAMU has not made any progress towards B. We've got 2 attackers in the defender spawn, but that's only going to hurt them as they attempt to drive Westcliff back. Westcliff will just keep coming through in droves. We see Lucasi coming through, picking up 1 as Beeson picks up a triple, but I'm curious to see where Lucasi is going to take this fight. If it's going to be from down here, looks like it's not going to be from anywhere.
Nice flurry of kills comes through. Oh, Beaston, he wanted to give him a shout, but differently. He is a better man than that. Stoner's on the hunt. Oh no. Oh, not this time. Not this time. No assassination. Gonna be caught. 100k falls off the map. Beaston sliding on in. Here comes the hammer. Line bomb's going to be called on in. That was Megatron to try to open things up for the Dust Devils, but doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of motivation around the squad right now, already, as we are heading to the last little bit of time for this map number 3, and Westcliff Warriors on their way for a 3-0 sweep instead of our last match of the day.
Absolutely. There's not a lot you could do here as TAMU International. We've got Stoners up here at the Owen gun, doing what he can, getting taken out in the sideline here. TAMU, they stop the clock just momentarily before getting pushed off yet again. It seems like they're not able to stand on B for very long enough to make an impact at least. They're down on to their last lives here. 100k, Cetra, Kevcan, Megatron. Now it's just up to 3 as 100k goes down. Watching as Kevcan rotates around the sideline. Will he be able to keep it up? No, all 3 go down at the same time, and Westcliff, they're going to be able to win 3-0, and not only that, they take the series 3-0-2.
Dominance. In and out. And fun, you know? I had fun watching this team. They looked like they were having a great time, and I could get behind it. I've talked to the squad of Westcliff Warriors before, Hardy, for prior games, and you know, this is just a team who knows they have something to prove inside of collegiate Call of Duty. They're willing to grind to make sure they have that, and they're not afraid to kind of show off that they like having fun as well. It's a very vibey squad, I feel, and you know what? I'm a big fan of it. Throughout it, I think the Westcliff Warriors, they're a team to watch out for in collegiate Call of Duty this year. As every single time I see them, they just make it more cemented. So the Dust Devils, you step up to a very tough team and you miss the marker today. You are gonna have VOD to look over. You are gonna have a chance to improve off of this, but you are gonna be dropping 3-0 to the Westcliff Warriors on this night, and to close this off for the day as well, Artie.
Yeah, that's got to hurt the score line quite a bit, but, you know, don't let it hurt the ego too much. Texas A&M, still a great showing. It was not a complete wipe like the score might imply. There were definitely some great moments, especially on Search and Destroy. So I really want to see Texas A&M step up, do a little bit more for the next one, but there's only so much you could do against Westcliff, who are still fully perfect in their score lines right now.
7-0 now in the series. We're not going to have an interview already, but we can look at the maps for this series and talk a little bit about what we got through it, because it was a quick one, but like I said, it was a fun one. We got Bocage. It was competitive from the Dust Devils, but the Warriors, they took it nonetheless. You head over to the Search and Destroy. It does go the distance as well, but kicking it into the gear into the later ends again, it's the Warriors to walk away, and then you just saw what happened in the Tuscan Control. It was a lot of tomfoolery, but it was the Warriors from start to finish to close out the day in a 3-0 sweep. And a good day at that, Artie. I mean, first time on the desk here for the Call of Duty Vanguard Varsity League. How was it? How you feeling?
Thank you so much. It was definitely super fun to watch these two series. You know, West Virginia did a little bit of trolling. We got Westcliff, did a little bit of trolling. And I know that that's not the standard that we see here on this broadcast, but I'm so happy that I was here for it. It was a fantastic time. Look forward to the next time that I can join you and your beautiful Canadian self again on the desk.
Well, thank you for that. I'm excited for it as well. Let's take a look at the schedule here for NACE before we close off this stream. And just remind you that coming up on Friday, we have CSGO. A break tomorrow, nothing on schedule for Thursday, but coming up the following, you got to watch out for CSGO. My guy Vincent on desk, he always brings the show. You don't want to miss that one either at the end of it. And for the next week, you got Rocket League Monday alongside Overwatch, League of Legends on Tuesday. And again, next week, same place, same time, Call of Duty on your Wednesdays. I will not be here. I will be away on a business trip, but I'm going to be excited to figure out or find out how the schedule goes and how the teams win out next week. Artie, before we go, I mean, any closing thoughts on the series that we had today?
Gotta say, you know, for a lot of universities, next week is spring break. So hopefully, you know, the teams that we saw that didn't quite progress through the bracket like they would have liked to today, hopefully they can take that time in spring break to really hone in, you know, wake up at 7 a.m. to start grinding that COD Vanguard ladder and spending your spring break the way any gamer absolutely should. But without further ado, see more casts. Thank you so much for having me. NACE Varsity League, thank you so much for having me. And everyone, see you guys around.
Have a great night, everyone.